like to call the meeting to order and acknowledge that we're in Treaty 1 territory and the home of the traditional lands of the Anishinaabe, Ojibwe, Innu, Cree, and Dakota peoples, and the national homeland of the Red River Métis. Our drinking water comes from Shoal Lake 40 First Nations in Treaty 3 territory. I'll introduce the panel members and the secretary. I'm Marcel Durando. I'm the chair. Ian McMahon.
No, Mick.
No, Mick. And then Linda McFadden is a panel member here as well. And Svetlana Shabel is our assessor. And today our secretary will be Jazz Winder Kumar. To Zoom participants of the hearing, please note that you are placed in the waiting room until your property is called upon. When it is your turn, you will be admitted into the meeting room. Kindly follow along with the City of Winnipeg Board of Revision YouTube channel for your the hearing process. Once the host admits you into the hearing, please close or mute your YouTube player. You will then be permitted to speak with respect to your property. Once your hearing has concluded, you can leave the meeting. We'll be hearing applications for revisions of assessment rule in accordance with the Municipal Act. The matters for which revisions is requested have been described in each application, and we'll limit the discussions to those matters. The statements that are made at this hearing are all sworn testimony, and anyone speaking to the matter must be sworn in. Be advised that the comparisons of assessment of properties are not considered evidence of market value by the Board of Revision. The Board of Revision is appointed annually by council and is independent of it and the city administration. It makes its decisions on the basis of evidence provided at this hearing and issues a written order that will be mailed to all parties as soon as possible. Please note that the board's decision with respect to an application may be appealed to the Manitoba Municipal Board if the matter pertains to assessed value or classification, or the Court of King's Bench if the matter pertains to application of exemptions from taxation. Should you wish to appeal, information on how to do so will be included with the board order. With respect to the hearing process, I will confirm the points of appeal with your property to be addressed and with each applicant following the swearing in. We will then have the assessor's testimony followed by questions that the applicant may have, and then the applicant's testimony followed by questions. Each side will have an opportunity to summarize if they wish. Once all the evidence about an application has been brought forward, the applicant may leave. The process will repeat for each item on the docket today. The session will close after the applications have been heard, and the board will deliberate in private and make its decisions. You will receive the board's decision by registered mail as soon as possible. As information, all public hearings are live streamed, recorded, and will be part of the public record. Mr. Assessor,
Yes.
Jazz, can you swear in the assessor and the applicant, please?
Yes, Mr. Thank you. Madam Assessor, please state your full name.
Svetlana Shabel.
Thank you. Do you affirm that the evidence you're about to give at this hearing is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Okay. So, host, please stand up. State your full name.
Alain Joseph Jules Hug.
Thank you. Do you affirm that the evidence you're about to give at this hearing is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I swear it.
Thank you. You can please sit.
We'll be dealing with item 1757 St. Joseph's when you are ready, Madam Assessor.
File number 22-3700. Roll number 0606018100. Owner St. Boniface Collision and Refinisher Limited. We are valuing the property as a stand of January 1st, 2023, based on the economic condition on April 1st, 2021. This appeal is with respect to the amount of the assessed value only. Based on the evidence in this report, it is assessor opinion that the market value of subject property as of April 1st, 2021, $630,000, and that the 2023 assessed value should be confirmed. We are valuing subject property. It's we have information that demolition of 308,000 3,845 square feet, single-story commercial building, posted on May 5th, 2022. And we value property as vacant land. On my page number 2, we can see that subject property has assessed lot size 19,198 square feet. It's assessed at 630,000 and total assessment per lot size $32.82. As the subject property located northeast of the city, and on page number 3, more air photo of subject property. It has rectangle shape. On page number 5, the subject property has zoning residential 2 families. This district intends to accommodate the development of single and 2-family units in where appropriate limited multi-family units in lower density neighborhood. On page number 6, I presented my analysis of pair cell analysis for commercial zoning. We can have 7 resale. For example, resale number 1, it's 775 Henderson Highway, around 17,000 square feet. First time was sold in 2015. Second time was sold in 2018 for 470,000.
Which page are you on right now?
On page number 6.
Okay. Thank you.
We can see that resale price per square foot, $27.25. It's a 44.62% difference. Number of months between sale 25. So percentage change per month 1.75%. Let's look on another resale on 98921 St. Mary Road. It's around 4,000 square feet. First sale was in 2016, second in 2017. Resale price per square foot difference 63.33% for 20 months. It's 3.17%. In Safor, I have 7 resale. So average percentage change per month 1.75%. Media percentage change per month 1.39%. So each month higher for 1.39%. On page number 7, subject property valuation summary, we have zoning to residential 2-family, assessed land 19,198 square feet. We assessed at 630,000. Total assessment lot per size $32.82. Let's look on my 5 land sale comparables. We can see mean of my land sale comparable $50.36 and media $53.58. Let's look specific on my sales on page number 9. My first sale comparables on 174 Provincia Boulevard, land 16,302 square feet, zoning C2, commercial. Sale was in 2018 at $53.77. My another sale on page number 10, 1353 Albert Street, land around 30,000 square feet, residential multifamily zoning, was sold in 2018 for $40.05 per square foot. My another sale on page 11 of 173 Notre Dame, around 32 1,000 square feet residential multifamily sale in 2018 for $44.16. My comparables on page number 12, 316 Desmoreau Street, around 20,000 square feet selling March 2021 for $16.24. My comparables on page 13 on 175 St. Anne Road, around 24,000 square feet selling 2019 for $53.58. If you came back to my page number 7, we assessed the lot at $32.82 per square foot, and my media of 5 comparables, $53.58. It's fair. Based on evidence in this report, it is assessor opinion that the market value of subject property as of April 1st, 2021 is $630,000, and that the 2023 assessed value should be confirmed. Thank you. Any questions?
Mr. Hoag, you have some questions for the assessor.
Oh, yes, I do, Mr. Chairman. If I understand you correctly, you've assessed 757 St. Joseph on the basis of a C2 zoning as a vacant property. Is that correct?
I assess like vacant property, yes, because demolished posted on May 5th, 2022. Permits. Correct?
And you've assessed it on the basis of a demolition of the building?
I assess a land of this property because it will be demolished.
Okay. Now, 757, you got it at page 3 of your brief. Let me refer the board to page 3. 757 is considered in the north part of St. Boniface, correct?
Correct. If you look on my page number 1, it's 501 North St. Boniface. And if you look on my page 7, I use St. Boniface neighborhood, 52, 58. So I check for land sale in similar neighborhood, very close to the subject property, just to see market for this type of land.
Have you in fact visited the property yourself?
It's piece of land.
Have you visited the building? Have you seen the property?
Ms. Chair, although I have not inspected subject property, I'm able to completely accurate describe in based on data we have on file.
Could you repeat what you said? Because I did not hear, I did not comprehend.
Although I have not inspected it, the subject property, I'm able to completely and accurately describe it based on the data we have on the file.
Okay. Have you been, you realize that in 2021, there was a very serious fire in the building?
It's not relevant because I assessed land value only.
And the building itself may not be relevant to the value of the land itself, but I've provided you with photographs of the interior of the building, which shows how severely the damage to the building is.
Let's stop
Okay,
here.
go.
You evidence submission day was October 27, 2022. Agent didn't provide any evidence for this case.
Well, I put it to you that in fact, the photographs that you have depict the
According
building.
to board rules, all exchange through board of revision. of evidence, exchange of evidence.
I put it to you that to be able to assess it as vacant land, the building has to be demolished, correct?
Yes, building should be demolished, but it's
Yes.
a vacant land assessment, correct?
Correct. And the building, I understand, is roughly about 80 by 100 feet in size. And it's made out of brick or cement blocks and about 20 feet high. So if you factored in the cost with a full concrete floor, have you factored in the cost of the demolition of the building in assessing the vacant land?
Correct. We assess vacant land and less $32.82 by my market evidence showed $53.58. Yes, it's taken in consideration, just assessment. $20 less. $20 per square foot less.
I don't see that in your assessment report that you factored in the cost of demolition. You've assessed it at 20 on the basis of an R2 zoning as vacant land.
If you open page 7 on my report, I provide a free comparable land sale comparables commercial zoning and second and third land sale comparables residential zoning.
I put
You
it to
can
you
see
that
number
not,
comparables number 2 in free. It's 153 Albert sale for $14.05. In my comparables number 3 173 Notre Dame sale and $44.60. And we assess less than $33 per square foot. It's reasonable and fair.
okay, we'll go through those comparable in a moment now, but I'm trying to focus on the building itself and how you came up to this value of $32.82. So if you'll bear with me. So have you also assessed the cost of let me rephrase. You're aware that this was a collision, the auto body shop and a garage, correct? That's what it was zoned before.
My assessment on vacant land in the type of building ready for demolish not relevant here. Have you provide any evidence how much demolition costs to keep talking about this?
Have you factored in the cost of the decontamination of this garage auto body shop?
I assessed vacant land
No, I appreciate that.
of 19,000 square feet.
I put it to you that the decontamination cost of that.
Mr. Hoag, I think this is time for questions. You don't have to explain it to her yet. You can do that in your presentation, okay? Finish your line of questioning, please.
So have you assessed just so that I'm clear, you have not factored in the decontamination cost?
I assess vacant commercial land, period.
Have you assessed the requirements of the city of Winnipeg forming part of the demolition costs?
I assess vacant R2 residential 2-family commercial land.
Now, let's get through your comparables, please. You have 174 Provencher Boulevard. That is on the south side of Provencher. If I look at your map. And it is a large rectangular lot, correct?
Correct. It's 16,302 square feet, resident commercial zoning, land influence bus road, similar with subject property at 19,000 square feet, bus stop, heavy traffic. Our subject property has light traffic, but external corner land influence.
What
And
I'm getting at,
this provincias sell for close to $54 per square foot. We assess $33 per square foot. It's fair.
it is a large rectangular lot, correct?
Less al subject property, correct? 3,000 less.
Yeah. I'm not asking you, ma'am, about the square footage. I'm asking you whether your understanding and how you've looked at it is a large rectangular lot. Correct?
Let's look. Page number 9. Yes, rectangle lot facing Provincial Boulevard, correct?
Right. And 757 St. Joseph is not rectangular. As you will see on your page 3, 757 St. Joseph, and I'll turn you to page 3, it fronts on St. Joseph. You'll see where the 757 is. And nearly the entire north side of the property is now at an angle, coming down to a very much narrow lot at the back. You see that?
On page number 4, we have good photo of
I'm looking
my
at page number
subject
3
property.
now.
And 3 and 4. But this subject property 3,000 bigger lot compared to my first sale comparables.
Talking about the development and the value of the land as an R2 zoning with that kind of configuration for 757. It is not anywhere as close to as desirable as the one on Provenche, correct?
Subject property has corner lot and huge view, huge and facing St. Joseph Street and corner lot. It's desirable, very good vision from the roads.
Now you've got the second comparable as 153 Aubert, but your zoning is RMFL.
Residential multifamily, correct?
Right.
Similar with subject property.
Which
It's
provide
6,000 less al subject property, land area.
I understand that, ma'am. I think we can all see the figures, the calculation, but the question I'm asking you is, that zoning is much higher and allows for much more density than the R2 zoning, correct?
Zoning can be changed.
I appreciate that. But it's not what it is zoned as, right?
Not today, but during development, zoning can be changed if you apply for it.
And I put it to you that the building on that lot, when it was purchased, was a good sound building. It had a lot of commercial value. And if you look at,
I will stay on my second land comparable still.
we're on your second, the number 2 one.
Yes, if you put
The
upper
153
photo, it
there?
was empty lot, empty land when it was sold in 2019 for $14 per square foot. On my bottom, it's already developed parking lot, already developed land.
I put it to you that it was not sold as vacant land. The
It was
sale of
sold
that-
as vacant land because you can see on page number 10, this purple rectangle, it's empty lot.
It was sold on the basis that it was rezoned to be able to build 16 condominium units.
You don't provide any evidence to support it.
I put it to you that it is not
It's
comparable
sell
at
on
all
free
to this
market
particular site.
in April 4th, 2018 for $14.05 per square foot.
You know if it had any contamination on it?
It's not relevant.
Right.
It was empty land. What contamination can be?
I think whether it's vacant or not, the contamination is in the soil. And plenty of properties are sold that way.
All my comparables, vacant land sale comparables.
Right?
You can proceed.
Parable number 3, 173 Notre Dame. Again, it's a large rectangular lot. Correct?
Correct. Corner like subject, external corner like subject property. It's 10,000 more than subject property in sale $44.60 in 2018.
And there's no contamination on that property when it was sold? Do you have that information?
It's a residential multifamily.
Question is, do you have any evidence as to whether it had contamination or not?
No answer.
Comparable number 4. And by the way, the 173 Notre Dame was zoned as RMFM zoning, correct?
Correct.
And that's a much higher density zoning than on R2 zoning.
Yeah, subject property zone can be changed during the developments.
Thank you. 316 Demeron. Now that's not anywhere as close to the North St. Boniface. That's, if I understand this correctly, it's at the corner of Goulet and Desmirens.
You can see column number 3, neighborhood 502, similar with subject property. And same size lot, around 20,000 square feet, sold in March 2021 for $16.24 per square foot.
And I understand
same
that,
like subject property, external corner with bus routes.
and bus routes are very attractive.
Yes,
And I understand the lot is a large rectangular lot.
same size, around 20,000 square feet, correct?
And it has a good building on it when it was sold.
It was, yes, partial building, but it's already was demolished during sale. And they sell $16 per square foot. We assess only $33 per square foot. It's reasonable.
Did you request the cost of the demolition?
It was sold for $16.24. It's
And that's
sold like
with the building.
no answer.
And I understand there's no contamination.
No answer.
And I put it to you, it's not a comparable, it's not even in the same zone.
502, it's same zone. If you look on page number 51, North St. Boniface, but it's a close neighborhood, closest neighborhood, what I found.
I put it to you that it's not close at all to 757, but we'll
Well,
leave
you
it
can
at
put
that.
that in your presentation.
And comparable number 4. We dealt that this 316 with Murins. Comparable number 5 is 175 St. Anne's Road. Correct?
It's 5,000 higher land area, sold in 2019 for $53.58. Neighborhood 508, close to the subject property.
Yes. And the property.
Rectangle shape and same external corner like subject property. But it has heavy traffic and sell for $54 per square foot. We assess only $33 per square foot. It's fair.
And the land was sold and it was contaminated.
No answer. It was sold, it's an empty lot. If you can see on top, it's empty lot. On bottom of page 13, it's a construction started.
Those are my questions.
Do you have any questions, Linda?
Just to be clear, was the building on the subject property demolished before it was assessed? Was it actually demolished?
It's if you look on page number 2, permits was posted May 5th, 2022.
Okay, thank you. That's all my question.
I don't have any questions, thank you.
So you said they applied for the permit on 5/5/2022. Was it demolished right away or when did it come down?
It's I find permits only for now. 1 second, I will check right away if it's processed today.
Yeah, so the building's still up then? Is that what you're saying?
Yes, because it's still not final date. I cannot see from PPND archive.
Okay, so the demolition permit has been taken out, but the building is still
full
there.
Demolish, yes.
Okay, that's all my questions for now.
And also I can see, yes, it was fire report in 2021 in October.
Okay, thank you very much. Mr. Ho, make your presentation. I guess it's going to be a verbal one because you did not submit any information to us prior.
I
correct?
did submit some pictures, Mr. Chair.
Prior?
No, just today.
They're on the.
Yeah, they're in the folder.
They're in the folder?
Yeah, I did send you a copy, Ms. Chabal.
I am object because it's evidence was not submitted on October 27. It should be not accepted by the board and Prince under verbal. It's a rule of Board of Revision.
They can submit the evidence.
Verbally. I don't think they can.
If they're in person, they can submit it in writing too.
Okay, I'm gonna have to have a question with my colleagues, so I guess we're gonna have to go on camera, right?
Right.
We're gonna go on camera.
Okay.
Okay, call the meeting back to order. We are gonna allow the pictures to come forward without prejudice. We don't know how much weight we'll put on. We'll see what you have to say about them. So they will be allowed as evidence. Mr. Hogue, if you'll make your presentation, please.
Thank you. 757 St. Joseph was and still is, notwithstanding the demolition permit application, still zoned as a commercial garage auto body shop. And was used as such until the fire. It was in the last round, it was assessed at $432,000, I believe. And the garage is a large one, but old. The footprint is roughly about 80 by 90. The exterior is blocks, cement blocks. Roof is about 20 feet high. So it's a large building. And the reason I showed you the photographs is it gives you an idea of what the photos are. If you look at the two, that's the external. The remaining 4 pictures show you what, in fact, the damage of the fire inside. So at this stage, the building has not been demolished, and it looks like it's going to have a problem being demolished, and we may very well have to rebuild using the framework of the building. There's been demands, and I will give evidence on that. The lot, as you can see on page 3, is a very irregular shaped lot. And the land has been assessed as an R2 zoning. So it's a 2-family property zoned. So the challenge is very significant in developing that property. And that's what it's been from the beginning as to what was to be done with the property after the fire. The frontage is on St. Joseph. So there would be no access at all to from the Aubert property, because there's really literally about 20 feet there. So it's irregular shaped. The fact is that it is contaminated, and it's not a surprise, fairly heavily contaminated. The cost of demolition is significant, and we expect the cost of demolition to be anywhere between, we've got some prices on it, and there was a price for the people that are doing it or supposed to have done it. And it was for around $40,000 to demolish it, subject to what they found when they were taking it apart for what. The decontamination, it is contaminated. There are reports that we have from a phase 1 and a phase 2 report from an environmental specialist. And the cost of decontamination right now, the estimate is roughly anywhere between about $50,000 and $75,000. We're not sure yet. The city of Winnipeg, when the application was made to demolish the building, made requests in order to approve the building permit, was that there be a number of improvements done on the property, such as the access crossings were to be removed, which were roughly around $10,000 a piece. And it was to be an ornamental fence all along the St. Joseph Street, the 132 feet of ornamental metal fence. The cost of that, we were given roughly another about $20,000. So the total cost between the decontamination, which was still uncertain, and the price of the demolition and the price of rehabilitation so that it could be demolished would be roughly around $150,000. So that's where the problem has been, and that's why it hasn't been demolished. If we look at the sites, the various properties that we use as comparables, with all due respect, they really do not compare. 174 Provincial Boulevard, for those who knows about this a bit, is the old Shell station. It is quite an attractive site. It's rectangular. And it was originally purchased, from the knowledge that I have, as to be developed in the commercial and high density apartment block. The site has not been built at all. It's still the same. It hasn't. And frankly, that property on Provencher is quite attractive. Provencher is an attractive boulevard. It's a large street. It may have heavy traffic, but you don't really hear it. My office is on Provencher, so I kind of go to the area. It's far more attractive than the north part, which has been developed, but it's struggling. It's a large rectangular site. The one on Aubert Street, again, it's a RMFL zoning, was much higher density zoning. Again, it had a good building on it, and you can pull it out on the site. It's in the city of Winnipeg site. Again, it's not really a comparable. 173 Notre Dame. Again, that is an RMFM zoning, much higher zoning. Again, both the 153 Aubert and 173 Notre Dame are large rectangular sites. It's attractive to develop, and you don't lose the square footage. The 316 des Murins, that's the building that's now being built. It's nearly finished, corner of Goulet and des Murins. It's a 6 or 7 story building right now, so it was rezoned from C2. And it had a very good building on it, so they obviously paid the price for the building as well. And it was being operated in at the time. Same thing with the one on Robert. They were using that building at the time, and I know that from personal knowledge. The 175 St. Anne's Road, again, it's down St. Anne's Road. It was a service station. It was a contaminated site. And they've now, from that time, they've now built a very large apartment block on it. So again, these comparables do not compare with that irregularly shaped lot on St. Joseph, nor does it have the problems that it has with the demolition and cost, the rehabilitation cost, and the decontamination costs. So I think the price of $32.82 is high. I think the fair amount would be around $23 a square foot. And I think that would reflect its proper value. Thank you.
Madam Assessor, any questions of the appellant?
Yes, I would like, I look into demolition permits. Total demolition and single-story commercial building using an excavator was signed in April 28, 2002 by Raymond Wauclair Project Limited. Estimated value of demolition $28,000. So it's only $28,000 to demolition this building by excavator. No question, Father.
Answer respond.
That's why the question.
Oh, because there's no question.
He didn't ask the question.
Oh,
She didn't
was
have-
that a question?
No, you was asking about demolition of the building. I went inside planning, property and development department archive and find the demolition cost only $28,000 for
Yeah.
this building signed in April 28, 2022.
What I had asked you was, has it been demolished yet? So,
Not demolished yet.
okay, so you can ask the appellant some questions now.
I don't have questions.
You don't have any questions. Okay, Linda, do you have any questions?
I didn't actually.
Ian,
I do have some questions. You complained, Mr. Hogue, about the zoning, and there was a lot of discussion about rezoning. Has there been any application to rezone this property?
No.
Okay. Now, you also spoke about contamination. Would this appear on any of the provincial impacted or contaminated sites? I know they carry a website and they monitor these properties.
There was a phase 1 and phase 2. We've environmental did it. So I'm not sure how that works with the registration, but they did the 2 reports.
And those reports were done privately and presumably given to the owner.
Yes, we commissioned.
They haven't been forwarded to the city or to us today.
No, I mean, I have them here, but I mean, that's the fact.
The cost per square, or the cost that you estimate for an ornamental fence, the contamination or rehabilitation site, and the other various and sundry costs, including demolition, you estimate at $150,000?
Yes, and some of them are hard costs. And I can give them to you, and I would default the amounts that I have given are basically when Ms. Stradle asked about the demolition cost of $28,000. That's really not the total cost of demolition. There's the cost of removing the access. There's a cost of decommissioning the sewer and the water, which is significant, and that's on top of that. And there's obviously the GST and PST, and that's what I factored in.
Okay, so your estimate of $150,000, you'd agree with me that that works out to about $7.82 per square foot, $7.82 per square foot of the property.
I'm not that good in calculations.
Okay. And you indicated as well that you think that $23 a square foot is more realistic. or that's your request, on what do you base that $23 a square foot? Do you have any comparables that are sold for that?
Because it's based on what the city said it's worth, the 630 minus the cost that they did not factor in.
Okay, thank you. I have nothing further.
The fire was when?
Fire was in October of 2021.
2021. They applied for a demolition permit in 2022, correct?
Yeah.
Have they settled with the insurance claim on the building yet?
Not totally. There's been,
But the insurance did pick up some of the costs,
no, nothing about the demolition. They're not.
but they'll pick up the cost of rebuilding it.
No, because if the question is going to be whether they consider it a total loss, and if it's a total loss, then they do. So far, they have not considered it a total loss. They're
So at this
basically saying
time-
it can be rebuilt. You can, because the bones are still there, so they would either take the roof off or part of the roof and then redo the inside.
Okay. So at this time, it's still the same owner that owns the building, the body shop people.
Yes,
So they have to make a decision on whether they're going to rebuild it or tear it down.
that's if by end result of the decision, yes.
But they have not applied for any permit for well, they have applied for a permit for reconstruction because you said they've asked you to put in one of those fences. That's usually when you apply for a permit that you get that request from the city. Is that not right?
No, the city has basically said, we were just, at that time, we were going to take the building down. And there was not a clear answer as to what we were going to do. The question it was at that stage, the city demanded that there be an ornamental fence put in on the from
Prior to demolition.
no, right after demolition. As part of it, so with the
Okay.
landscaping, etc., that would be part of the demolition.
Without a building permit.
That's correct.
It's unusual. So land value is where we're looking at, really. Is that not correct?
Yes.
Only you're saying it's 23 and the city is closer to 32. I'm still trying to figure out your 23. Looking at the examples, you haven't given me any examples of sales really in the area. You've talked about the sales the city gave us, but you haven't given me any sales, have you?
There are no sales in that area.
Okay.
And that's
So-
the thing, is that the area sales that would be comparable to this irregular shaped lot and with the problems it has, there's none that we can find.
And Auberge is basically right beside it almost, is it not? The Auberge property that the city brought forward.
The Aubert property is, yes, adjacent to it.
It's very close to it, it's right adjacent.
And it had a beautiful building on it and it was being used at the time of the sale.
Yeah. But-
it was not a demolishing building. It was not.
So that building is still standing today.
I know they took it down to build the 16
Right.
unit block.
So
So
it was,
when they bought it with the building and you pay for the building, you know.
they bought it for redevelopment.
Yes,
And when you buy it for redevelopment, you're paying how much it's gonna cost you per door. And they have to cost it. So are you aware of that?
they would have costed it as to what they wanted.
For raw land?
for with the rezoning. It
Correct.
wasn't rezoned at the time.
No. So they got a good deal at $40 then.
We didn't think so at the time.
Who didn't think so at the time?
I think most of us in St. Boniface thought it was a high price to pay.
$40.
For to demolish the building would have been a good price if they kept the building and continued with the business it was in.
I've got no further questions. No, I'm done. Is there anything in summation, Madam Assessor?
Yes, please.
Go ahead.
We are Valum property assistant on April 1st, on January 1st, 2023. We have evidence that a demolish permit posted. It's only 28,000 declared value. signed by Raymond Wacom Clare Property Limited, and this property should assess only by land value. Thank you. No further.
Mr. Hoag, anything in summation?
No, as far as the demolition, I think I've covered that, so it's not 20,000, it's more than that. But the figures I gave you are the figures that were given by,
Thank you very much, Mr. Hoag.
thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam Assessor. We'll call that one concluded for now. We're going to move on to item number 2.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Item number 2221 St. Mary's Road. As soon as I figure out how to get in here again. You'll swear in the appellant, please, Jazz.
Again, please state your full name. Thank you. Do you affirm that the evidence you are about to give at this hearing is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Please sit.
Madam Assessor, when you are ready, on 221 St. Mary's Road.
I have preliminary issue. The assessor request that the burden of proof be placed on the applicant for not cooperation, section 53(3)(b) of the Municipal Assessment Act, and if a reduction in assessment in ordered, that it follows section 54(3)(2) of Municipal Assessment Act.
Okay, what's your evidence that you're not
I'm
contesting?
not contesting the.
Okay, she's not contesting it, so we can just move forward then, right? Okay, we'll go right to the appellant. Have you read the, Madam, if you could just read the information about the property and assessor, just the roll number and stuff.
Can I proceed?
Just the file number and the roll number.
File number 22-306, roll number 060815454200, located at 221 St. Mary Road. Owner is Reward Rental Limited.
Thank you very much. Let's go on with your presentation. You're the first one up.
Thank you. So the property consists of a single-story building constructed in 1990, and it has approximately 32,000 square feet on a piece of land that's 10,877, and it's in a regular lot. The building is occupied by a single tenant operating as an automotive repair shop. And that is the sole use that that building's been put to since it was constructed. It is built grade beam on piles. The floors are concrete. The exterior walls are striated concrete with native fascia. The roof is tar and gravel. And I've provided at Exhibit A of my presentation, which is page 4 and 5, photos of the subject property. And so on page 4, you will see 2 photos of the exterior. It's as well as photos looking both south and north down St. Mary's. And then on page 5, you will see photos of the interior of the shop, as well as the office area and the lunchroom. The lease for this property has a face rent of $17.50 per square foot. That's for a 5-year term from September 1st, 2017 to August 31st, 2022. And I'm just indicated that the rental rate had increased $2 from the previous term, which was 2012 to 2017, pardon me. An interesting background fact on this property is that it has changed hands in terms of who's operating 3 times since 2019, which usually indicates that there's some issues with the business that's being operated. The rent was in arrears, and those arrears have continued to the reference date. and post-reference, though we're not really supposed to consider post-reference data, is my understanding. As a commercial property, the income approach is to be used, and which is the net operating income over the appropriate capitalization rate. So turning to the cap rate selection, I have provided you on at Exhibit B and C, so that's pages 6 and 7, the cap rates as reported by CBRE Limited for the first quarter of 2021 and for Colliers for the first quarter of 2021. Those range from 6.75 to 7.5 in the case of CBRE and 6 to 6.75 for Colliers, which is sort of in the realm of the city of Winnipeg's indicated rate, which for the 20th and 80th percentiles was 5.95 and 7.55. So given the ranges by the city and those reported under those two reports, my position is that a 6.75 cap rate is the appropriate cap rate for this property. We're sort of in agreement with the city's model in terms of 2% and 3% for vacancy and expense allowance, shortfall actual for the property for 2020 calendar year, which the accounting's done on a calendar year with $6.60 square feet. And I'm suggesting that given the struggles of the tenant of this property, the face rate, which is a little bit dated because of when the term started in 2017, that the adjusted rental rate should be at $19.75 per square foot. And so if you go to the bottom of page 2 of my submission,
I don't think they're numbered.
at the top of the page, they're numbered. They should be numbered at the very top of the page.
You see numbers on it?
It's smaller font. I'm sorry, I probably should have.
Oh, I see it now.
All right, so on page 2, I've set out the calculation using the 1975 per square foot, the vacancy, expense shortfall, and the capitalization, and that gives us an assessed value of $884,000.
That's it for your presentation.
That is it for my presentation.
Madam Assessor, any questions?
No questions.
Ian, any questions?
No, I don't have any questions. Thank you.
So just so I clear, the basis for your cap rate is just that it's in the middle of the range. But
The cap rate was chosen based on the range and then somewhat taking into consideration the use of this property and also the fact that it is struggling. Generally speaking, an investor will look at, when deciding what to pay, which is really what cap rates involve, they'll look at whether the income stream is stable or not.
mm-hmm.
And so a lower cap rate is generally chosen when you've got something very stable and a slightly higher one when it's very unstable. So that's how I chose it. It wasn't just a middle figure. It was sort of taking that into consideration.
Thank you. That's helpful.
And you stated that the actual was $17.50 for 2022. Where did you come up with the 1975 again?
So what I did is, because that rental rate started in 2017, there is a recognition that there has been some movement since 2017 on rents. So just on a estimate of as to what the movement, like had a lease been entered into at the reference date, what would it likely rent for at that time? And that was just done on I rent properties all the time, and so as a general sort of rental rent increase, not a firm calculation.
But they're not even getting $17.50 because the people are walking away from it. So that's why I'm wondering why you went up from the actual
Well, again, they didn't start, it was, rent was paid until 2019. So again, there's a little bit of a judgment call as to, the value. It's very hard to determine whether or not 1750 go to 2019, whether it would have still been 1750 at that point in time.
Very good. Madam Assessor, your turn.
We are valuing the property as a stand of January 1st, 2023, based on economic condition April 1st, 2021. This appeal is respect to amount of the assessed value only. Based on evidence in this report, it is assessor opinion that the market value of subject property as of April 1st, 2021, 995,000, and that 2023 assessed value should be confirmed. If you open page, one second, number, we go straight to my comparables, page number 5. I presented comparable property 2020 reported rental value of this vehicle service garage. We have 5 comparables with average $19.95, media $20.50. Let's look at these comparables. We're going straight to page number 12. My first comparables of 1064 Max Phillips Street. It's a corner located vehicle service garage. It's my comparable number 1. It's rent $15.50. Another comparables, more photo on page 13. It's another comparables on page number 13, 2735 Pembina Highway. It's a rhombal shape of a size with auto repair garage. More photo on page number 14. My another comparables on page number 15, 207 Vermiller Road, rectangle shape. Another comparables on 1620 Lakewood Boulevard. It's a irregular shape of land. And last comparables on page 17, 226 Antea Road is a regular shape of building with auto repair garage. And let's look what rent there. On my page 5 on bottom under my subject property market estimation income. So perf comparable 1064 McVillops built in 1967, rent $15.50. My comparable number 2 on 2735 Pembina built in 1980, rent $20.50. My comparable number 3, 107 Vermilion Road, built in 1998, lease $20.50. Comparable number 4 on 20 Lakewood Boulevard, built in 1978, rent $20 per square foot. And my last comparables, 226 Ann Road, built in 1987, rent $23.25. Let's look on our market income assessment. We assess 3,200 square feet of leasable area, $21.55. We did apply vacancy loss 2%. Our expenses 3%. Shortfall for not occupied space, $6 per square foot. In our overall capitalization rec 6.55%. How we came estimated value of subject property $995,000. If you open page 18, our capitalization rate information, we can see suburban office Colliers 6 to 6.75, CBRE 7 to 7.5, Cushman Wakefield 6.75775. We assess in 6.55. It's reasonable. Thank you. If based on evidence in this report, it is assessor opinion that the market value of subject property as of April 1st, 2021, 995,000, and that the 2023 assessed value should be confirmed. Thank you. Any questions?
Do you have any questions?
Yes, I do. Looking at your comparable number 5, 226 St. Anne's Road, you indicate that the size of that building is 2,000 square feet.
Correct. And rent for $23.25.
And based on your photos at page 17, that's the Midas building, is that correct?
1 second. Yes.
So that building, if I'm seeing that picture correctly, it has 5 bays plus an office?
If you look on page 17 on bottom, this building has this parking, this side lot has 2 different buildings. It's look like if a correct building will be on bottom with a red sign on top. So it's smallest building facing intersection.
Oh, so it's not the Midas building that you put the picture of above it?
No, it's my mistake. This middle picture should be removed because it has 2 different buildings, 2 different tenants.
Okay, all right, that's what confused me. Okay.
You're right.
All right. Okay. Thank you for that clarification. So then, and then going to comparable number 2, you listed that one as 2735 Pembina?
27, yes, correct. It's
and
around.
I'm confused. I'm going to take you to your pictures. So at page 14, 2735, the picture that you have above is not a service station.
If you look on my page 13 on bottom, it's Rumball site. It has 3 separate buildings on this lot. And if you look on bottom picture on 14, it has Midas car service garage.
But 2037 is not a Midas. I guess I'm confused.
2735 Pembina Highway has 3 different separate tenants, separate standalone buildings. One of them car service garage. We can see a photo on page number 14 bottom. We have a car dealer, car service garage, Midas, yeah, if I pronounce correct. One of this building.
Oh, sorry. But on the Midas picture, the address is shown as 2739?
Because it has several address involved in one roll number. I will look in our system right away to make more specific. Pembina Highway.
All one roll number now.
Yes, it's one roll number,
With
but
no,
has different civil roll numbers.
but it's all rolled on one roll number now, but it wasn't at that time, correct?
Correct. We have one building. It's Midas Muffler, built in 1979, 3,500. And second building, it's Health Authority, medical office, built in 2006.
Okay, so you have used a rent per square foot of $21.55, which is above both the weighted average, and medium. Can you explain why this is assessed at, you've used a rental rate that's so much higher than your comparables?
Our $21.55 in model generated rate, but if you look on my comparables range from $15.50 to $23.25, it's inside this range and it's fair.
Any further questions?
No, those are my questions.
Ian,
No, I don't have any questions. Thank you.
Linda?
No, I have no question.
Okay, let's go to your pictures. 1064 McPhillips. What is that building?
It's question for me.
Yeah, that's a question for you. What's that building at 1064 McPhillips?
It's occupied by a vehicle service garage built in 1967, lease in 2020 October for 4.3 thousand square feet and $50.50.
How many bays does it have?
We assess only leasable area.
How many bays are on the building? Have you seen the bays that are on the front?
If you look on page number 13, it's a street photo, Fontaine Tire.
No, that's page 13 is the Goodyear on Pembina.
Okay, on page 12, we have air photo of a site.
Yeah,
But if you go on next page, we have street view of same property.
that's 221 St. Mary's.
And after on top picture, Goodyear's Fontaine Tire. Could you see on top on page number 13?
What is that? Page number
It's
13?
Yes, it's my first
20 but
comparables.
that's 2735 Pembina Highway.
It's going further, bottom picture of 2735 Pembina Highway.
Yeah,
This one's 27.
Just a street photo of my first comparables on page 13 on top.
okay, but your 2735 is the old building that used to be there that was rented out. Is that not correct?
Street photo of 2735 on page 14.
Yeah, 2735. That was used to be a business. It's not there anymore.
Yes, we have a vehicle service garage, plus we have a health authority right now, two buildings.
You have nothing now. Okay, I've got no further questions. Thank you very much. That'll close that matter. We're going to move on to item number 3.
Mr. Chair, we have no applicant for item number 3, so I request the panel
Okay, so
to go with that.
let's delay it and put it to the bottom for now. Item number 3. Is that okay with my members?
Yep.
Thank you.
You can come in.
And we're going to go to item number 4.
Yeah.
Item number 4 is 309 Stanley.
Yes, Mr. Chair. Mr. Applicant, please state your full name. Thank you. Do you affirm that the evidence you are about to give at this hearing is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Of course. Thank you. You can please sit.
Madam Assessor, when you are ready on item number 4, 309 Stanley, please.
File number 22-320, roll number 130-81559-000. Location is 309 Starley Street. Owner is Four Seasons Auto Body Limited. We are valuing the property as a stand of January 1st, 2023, based on the economic condition of April 1st, 2021. This appeal is with respect to the amount of the assessed value only. Based on the evidence in this report, it is assessor opinion that the market value of subject property as of April 1st, 2021 is $568,000. In that 2023 assessed value should be confirmed. The subject property has a land area of 7,483 square feet and building built in 1970, effective years original bill 1931 for 5,787 square feet. On page number 2, we can see that subject property located northwest of city. On page number 3, more photos of subject property. It's a rectangle, irregular shape of building. On page number 4, street view of subject property. On page number 5, I have presented 10 comparables. 2020 reported rental value for vehicle service garage. My 10 comparables showed that average $14.65 and media $12.63. Let's look on photo of my properties comparables. We're going straight to page 22. My first comparables, 75 Tradacona Street, it's a service garage. On page number 23, 3 Portage Avenue, service garage as well. 1118 Chevier Boulevard. We can see air photo and street photo of service garage. On page 25, 721 Wall Street, rectangle shape of property, service garage. 1315 Henderson Highway, and has air photo and street photo, service garage, 1-floor building. 484 St. Mary Road, another service garage. 1429 Clarence Avenue. My comparables on 29, 8070 Kings Edward, irregular shape of land, service garage. 2645 Pembina Highway, triangle shape of property. We have service garage as well. And my last comparables, 8061 Pembina. Let's go back to my page and see specific what rent for. My first comparison, 75 Transcona Street, built in 1976, leased in 2020 for $7.50. My comparables number 2, 3331 Portage Avenue, built in 1980, leased in 2020 for $21 per square foot. 1118 Chevier Boulevard, comparable number 3, leased in building built in 1981. Lease 2020 for $12 per square foot. My comparables number 4, 720 Watt Street, built in 1972, lease 2020 for $29.30. It's only 1,400 square feet. My comparable number 5, 1315 Henderson Highway, building built in 1991. Lease in 2020 for $18.33. My comparable number 6, 484 St. Mary Road, built in 1960, lease 2020 for 4,000 square feet at $14 per square foot. Comparable number 7, 1429 Clarence Avenue, built in 1980. lease to end 2019, around 7,000 square feet and $13 per square foot. My comparables number 8, 8070 Kings Edward, built in 1979, lease in 2019, overall 18,000 square feet for $10.50. My comparables number 9, 2645 Pembina Highway, built in 1987, and lease in 2018 for $12.25. Our comparables number 10, 1861 Pembina Highway, built in 1980, lease 2017 for $9. My average $14.65 and media $12.63. All my comparables, old buildings like subject property. We did assess subject property at 5,787 square feet at $9.47. We did apply 2% vacancy loss, 3% of expenses, shortfall for vacant space, $6 per square foot. In our overall capitalization rate, 9.05%. How we can estimate 568,000 based on evidence in this report. It is assessor opinion that the market value of subject property as of April 1st, 2021, 568,000, and that the 2023 assessed value should be confirmed. Thank you. Any questions?
You have any questions of the assessor before you make your presentation, sir?
I'm just gonna make my presentation.
We'll have some questions on it. Ian, any questions?
I do. With respect to your comps or the comparable properties, you don't have the land plan ratio on any of those. I see that and my question is, the subject property with a 1.29 land plan area or land per plan area is quite small, is it not?
My comparables showed lease for just lease space for similar to the subject property. We don't estimate sale of comparables. We estimate lease close to reference day, April 1st, 2021. How much space lease before at reference day similar to the subject property. So your question is not relevant.
Well, thank you. I have nothing further.
Linda?
No, I have nothing further. Thank you.
Are any of your vehicle service garages that you have here reported body shops?
It's all a service repair garage, yes. And every one, if you see average years built, old service garages.
But none of them are body shops, correct? Did you
It's
find
not-
any body
it's
shops
not-
that you could use comparables?
It's everything repair of cars, car. Service
Say it again.
garage repair, do all repairs for car. It can
they
be
don't.
body shops and can be repair, but it's part of leases.
But all the ones you got here are service stations, like they just repair cars and boats, actually. They don't do body work, do they?
They do a lot of.
Which one? Which one does body work?
Usually, from my
Show me one that
experience,
does body work in your schedule.
my selection for old service garage.
I said body shop. Do you understand mine? My question is body shop. You know what they do?
You talk about fixing color.
I'm asking you about body shops. Do you have any comparables in here for a body shop?
1 second, I will look into. My comparables number 1 service center. My comparables number 2 automotive. My comparables number 3 Anchor Marine. My comparables number 4 Tech Auto Clinic. They can do anything in body shop too. My comparables number 5 Auto Academy Auto Service, they can do everything. Comparable number 6, Garage Auto. Comparable number 7, Signature Motors. Comparable number 8, Fleet Solution. Comparable number 9, Auto Service, they can do anything. Comparable number 10, Under the Hood. So everything repair cars. And Service Garage has, most of them has a special box to coloring, but it's not relevant for lease. You can, I came across several permits when they put current Service Garage put during renovation special box to coloring.
Thank you very
cars.
much. We'll hear your
It's
presentation.
part of business.
First of all, I'd like to thank you all to accept me here. I'm the owner of Four Seasons Auto Body for 45 years, since 1977, close to 45 years. And as I don't know if you know, Stanley Street is not a road with a bus service, but nothing at all. It's just a small street. Very few people don't even know exist. And my point is, Salvation came built, and it brought, unfortunately, environment that people need help, I believe. But they brought the environment to my business. It's a nightmare every day, since last 20 years at least. And I'm dealing with the cops. I'm dealing with the homeless. I'm dealing with the drugs. I'm dealing with the washroom in my parking lot. That's why that lady should come and look at it every single day. This is just close 10 minutes from here. I'm dealing with this thing every single day. Plus the serial lot Salvation changed the plant building beside my shop, supposed to be in the south side. And unfortunately, they cheated me. Somebody came change after Mr. Floyd was the chain bell. I can mention names. I'm not scared. I can tell. And he came to me and says, Mr. Joe, can you please sign the paper because we're going to build the building. And I went outside. It was in a corner of my building. But snow is going to be heavy, can damage your roof. We're going to reinforce your roof. Can you please sign? That's what we need. Say, I went outside, I look at it, because the original plan and that building is supposed to be all in salt in my building. Since I signed that paper, they reinforced my roof, they send the machines and built and closed my view north, my light day. They did a mess in my place. That's how they raise my taxes. That's how they review and come to me with this. That's my point. That's not easy. So I expect the city of a Canadian citizen, and I like somebody to look at it.
Has anybody, oh, I'm sorry, I'll wait till you're finished.
I'm done.
Do you have any questions, Madam Assessor?
No questions.
Ian, do you have any questions?
Just one. The city has assessed your Four Seasons Auto Body at $568,000. You've applied to reduce that. What value do you
Well, to be honest with you, I kept it the lowest I can because I'm dealing with too much things I'm not supposed to deal with.
Mhm.
I'm losing customers with no reason. And thank God I still strong in business. I can prove to anybody in quality work, it's maybe none can do jobs like I do. That's why I exist. And my accreditation, I got good reputation. That's why, and I try to keep myself there. They even should pay me to be there. At least I bring some good environments there. I bring some good people there. But you know what? It's not easy for me. People that say, Joe, I'm going to leave my car. I don't blame that people. That people needs help. But it needs help 24 hours a day. Not close the doors and where they go. They go to my parking lot. They go vandalize my cars. And how you feel bring me your car and you come pick it up is with damage? How do I feel? How do they think about me? I said, Joe, I'm scared to bring the car. So I'm losing business. I'm losing everything except the good people that know me for so many years. They always come back to me. They never leave me. My doors never be closed because of that. But for the environment I have and for the location, really, really bad. There's no reason, I don't see no reason at all to raise my taxes without get me some benefit.
Well, we're not.
Because they destroy me.
We're not dealing with taxes.
pretty good.
We're not dealing with taxes, we're dealing with the assessed value.
Yes, I'm
Okay.
sorry. I'm sorry.
So what do
Yeah,
you think the assessed
you know,
value?
I'm a party man. I'm a party shop. I can talk about cars all day. This, I just try to defend myself to get the best from the city to support me, to keep going my business for long as I live. It's a family shop. I got my son there, and that's why I came here today.
Last time, what do you think the property should be assessed at?
They should leave it the way it is since the 2018. They should leave it the way it is because I'm getting worse.
But what was that number?
What was that value?
Well, I think I have it here for 410,000, something like that. That's my opinion. They should leave it the way it is. Because I'm not getting better, I'm getting worse. And even the police knows, everybody, all my neighborhood knows. 72 years old, getting a car wash every day and my parking lot and to get my people get in. Even today, I can show you, I have a picture of it, I don't put it to them, but I have it on my cell phone. People sleep beside my door. This is not easy.
Do you have the previous assessed value there?
Yes,
You said you had it. Let's take it one step at a time.
you know, it's nice to go praise. Why didn't come and talk to me? Why didn't come and see what's happened there? How you appraise something?
Just read the numbers to it, Joe.
Okay, and 2000 when they was 410,000, now they put in 568,000.
Yeah.
2018.
That was 2018, right?
Yeah. And now they raised to 568.
Do you have any other questions?
No, I don't, thank you.
Do you have any questions?
Again, no.
Just to be clear, the business that you do there is auto body work,
Auto body
you do
business.
so painting.
Exactly.
Yeah, you don't repair cars, you don't do, you don't repair engines or.
I do anything to do with AutoPack. Anything to do with AutoPack, I do. I'm a accreditation shop.
Yeah.
You know,
But that's.
I even
auto
was a little
body
bit
work.
shocked when they allowed the kitchen beside the environment with the body shop, but they did. They opened a kitchen for celebration. But, you know, I don't know nobody to help me. I don't know what to do. And that's my dream. That's my passion. I'm there for so many years.
But you don't change oil there or do that
You
kind
know,
of work.
only if I have to. Only if I have to. Yeah. If it's service, anything to do with cars and the AutoPack service,
Okay,
I do with AutoPack for 45 years.
okay, thank you.
Is there a building on two of your corners up against your building? The back and the side?
It's only me. It's the whole block celebration bought all the buildings there except my
Except
body
you.
shop.
So they built,
And they came to me, excuse me if I interrupt you, asked me, oh, I never thought you want to sell it. If you said, listen, what you guys doing? You never asked me if I want to sell it. You know, but I don't know why. You guys have your project $19 million and you don't have money to buy me out to move to at least the place I can succeed. Because I'm here before you guys, 20 years before you guys came here. But they never came, never came to me.
how did they get easements to build all the way up against you then? On two sides of your building?
Exactly. They got it, I don't know. They did it. And I called the council, I'm sorry to tell, I called the council so many times. Because Mike back to come, he never answered my phone. Then I went to a meeting because they applied for a zone and needed the proof for Sulawesi to build. I'm not against to help, I even donate, but don't destroy your neighbor. Don't do something to a guy already there for over 20 years before you guys. But that's what they're doing to me. I don't mind, I don't know what to say, to be honest with you. It's heartening. It's hard.
Was there used to be parking on the other side of the building for you though?
No, my building, it's just the corner.
Just that corner, yeah?
That corner. Yes.
So all you've got for parking is that little tiny.
That exactly. Yeah, I always keep it clean. I keep it,
What's, that's a roof here. Holy.
they're going to top of the one thing I should mention that one time I called my insurance company because they even going to top my roof. They blocked my drains, water drains. One time the alarm was going on, it was a big heavy rain. These people blocked my drains on the top of the roof. They ripped it, I go through all these things with, all in my costs. And
Okay.
that glass is in the front. They break, I don't know how many times. And I called the police. I got the films. I put cameras. I don't know what else to do. And you know what the cops told me, Joe? Where are you? I'm inside the building. So you safe, that's okay. They come next day or they come a couple hours after they come. But they always busy. I understand, but even if I call for help, it's hard to come right away.
Okay,
That's why, to appraise a building like that, I think it's getting worse instead of getting better. So
Okay.
I'm sorry.
no, we're gonna see if the assessor has anything in summation. Do you have anything in
Yes,
summation?
please.
ahead.
My 10 comparables showed market evidence and $12.63 per square foot. All my comparables inferior property, typically occupied by independent operator, not quick service location, may or may not have host, rarely have pits, typically steel frame construction, resemble a warehouse, not usually of main thoroughfare or less visibility, have less visibility. And my comparable showed around $12 per square foot. We assess less as $10 per square foot, plus usually our capitalization rate, we would apply 9.05% to account or location condition. So our assessment is fair and should be confirmed.
Thank you. Joe, anything in summation? Anything to conclude?
Well, be nice to do what I told you. I wish if somebody can help me and don't make things getting worse for myself.
Okay, leave it with us and we will make our decision and you will be receiving it.
I really
short
appreciate
term.
I really appreciate it.
Thanks, Joe, for dropping in.
And I'm so close to you guys. Not too far.
Not far from here at all.
No, 5 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you. We're gonna move on to 51 Lily. You want to what? Short break? We're gonna take a short break.
Sure.
Thank you.
I need them to read. We're live, we'll bring the meeting back to order. We're dealing with item number 5, number 51 Lily Street. When you are ready, Madam Assessor.
I have to say this.
Oh, we got to swear in the FLS first, I'm sorry.
Please take the full name, Trevor Smith. Thank you. Do you affirm that the evidence you are about to give at this hearing is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. State your full name.
Justina Christian.
Thank you. Do you affirm that the evidence you are about to give at this hearing is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you. And please say.
Madam Assessor, when you are ready.
File number 22-626. Roll number 130-81245-100. Location of subject property 51 Lily Street. Owner Bruce Christian. We are valuing the property as a stand of January 1st, 2023. based on the economic condition April 1st, 2021. This appeal is with respect to the amount of the assessed value only. Based on the evidence in this report, it is assessor opinion that the market value of subject property as of April 1st, 2021 is $808,000, and that 2003 assessed value should be confirmed. The subject property has a land area of 8,151 square feet, leasable area of auto service related 4,344 square feet. On page number 2, it's a started subject property picture. It's located not far from downtown on the red dot on map of city. We can see it's a regular shape on page number 3 are along the Lily Street. It's located between Lily Street close to Disraeli Highway. On page number 4, more photos, and on page number 5, street view. My comparables, 15 comparables. We showed average rent from $16.42 and media $15.50. Let's look on my comparables one by one. My first comparable 75 Strada Kona, old building 1976, lease less than 3,000 square feet for $7.50. My comparable number 2, 1064 McPhillips, built in 1967, lease in 2020, more or less 4,000 square feet for $15.50. My comparable number 3, 3331 Portridge Avenue, built in 1980, lease around 3,000 square feet at $21 per square foot. My comparable number 4, 2735 Pembina Highway, built in 1980, lease in 2020, 3.5 thousand square feet at $20.50. My comparable number 5, 1118 Chevier Boulevard, built in 1981, lease for 3,000 square feet at $12 per square foot. My comparable number 6, 721 Van Watt Street, built in 1972, for lease for 1,400 square feet, $29.30. My comparable number 7, 107 Vermeulen Road, built in 1998 for $20. Lease for 2020, lease around 5.5 thousand square feet and $20.50. My comparable number 8, 1315 Henderson Highway, built in 1991, lease 2.1 thousand square feet at $18.33. My comparable number 9, 484 St. Mary Road, built in 1960, lease for 4,000 square feet at $14 per square foot. My comparable number 10, 1429 Clarence Avenue, built in 1980, lease less than 7,000 square feet for $13 per square foot. My comparable number 11, 20 Lakewood Boulevard, built in 1978, lease of around 8,000 square feet at $20 per square foot. My comparable number 12, 1870 Kings Edward, built in 1979, lease around 18,000 square feet and $10.50. My comparable number 13, 2645 Pembina Highway, built in 1987, lease for 3,000 square feet at $12.25. It's leased in 2018. My comparable number 14, 226 St. Mary Road, lease built in 1987, lease 2018 of around 2,000 square feet at $23.25. In my last comparable, number 5, 1861 Pembina Highway, building built in 1980, lease 2017, leased around 8,000 square feet and $9 per square foot. I would like to remind you that our effective years, April 2021. So my leases leased in 2017, 18, 19 should be upward adjustment to account for time. We did assess my assessment on page number 6. We assessed 4,344 square feet and $17.40. We did apply vacancy loss 2%, expenses 3%, shortfall $6 per square foot for vacant space of 2%. In our capitalization rate, 8.7%. How we estimate value of $808,000. On page number 9, 10, it's income expenses Miller provided to us. It's owner-occupied building. My air photo view in street view started on page 13 through 13 to 27. Let's stop at capitalization rate on page 28. The subject property will be office suburban B. We did a city of Winnipeg 16 percentile from 20 to 80 percentile from 5.6 to 6.9%. Collier showed 6% to 6.75. CBRE showed 7% to 7.5%. In Cushman and Wakefair showed 6.75 to 7.75. We did assess property at 8.7%. Our rent of $70.40 inside range of my 15 comparables. Based on evidence in this report, it is assessor opinion that the market value of subject property as of April 1st, 2021, $808,000, and that the 2023 assessed value should be confirmed. Thank you. Any questions?
Any questions of the assessor?
Yes, just quickly. Given workload at the city, I'm assuming you didn't have an opportunity to inspect the subject?
No, although I have not inspected it, the subject property, I am able to completely accurately describe it based on the data we have on file. But I've been in this building just recently.
Okay. And the area that the subject falls within, are you would you be familiar with the immediately surrounding area?
Yes, if you open page number 5 of my brief, we
Right.
have air photos. We have street photo on corner on Lila and Desmarais. We have empty building. And from another side, it's a rent building, but it was empty when I've been there at the summer. Yes, that's why we apply 8.7% capitalization rate to account for area.
All right. So you would agree that location has a significant impact on market value?
We account this in capitalization rate, but it's close to the downtown. It's very valuable property, piece of land.
Yes, I did hear you say that, but my question is, does location have a significant impact on market value?
Yes, and we acknowledge this by using 8.7% capitalization rate.
Okay, just moving forward to the comparables on page number 5. So the city has a rental rate for the subject property of $17.14 per square foot. And yet I see the weighted average and the median of all of the comparables here are all below that amount. So is the city suggesting that the subject property is superior?
We can see that rent from $7.50 to $23.25. Our assessment generated by model $17.40 inside this range. It's fair.
Okay, and when I look at the comparables again on page number 5, are any of those comparables located in the downtown?
Close to downtown. No. You can see neighborhood, it's 200, 300, 400, 500, 600. It's not in downtown, it's around.
Okay, I do have more to say, but I think perhaps I'll do that as verbal rebuttal if that is okay with the panel.
And
Did you have any particular questions, Justina? No. That's it from us.
Linda, any questions?
So the last property we looked at, which is in a comparable area, I would say, not far away from where this one is, the rent you chose was $9.47, or the model driven. I imagine that's a model driven rent, but $17.14 seems an awful lot higher. Can you speak to that, please?
Because our model picked this rate to income approach value should be very close to land value. And my comparable shows that this $17 inside our range of available comparables of leases.
None of which are in the downtown area, though.
No, it's what available for us. I showed all 15. That's why it's huge range from $7.5 to $23 per square foot and $29 per square foot comparable 6.
Thank you.
But the account for location and conditions that it's not new building, we apply capitalization rate 8.7% compared to previous property.
Thank you.
I'm just looking for the square footage of the building.
4344.
4344. So would a building that's larger be less rent than one that's smaller?
Correct.
Yeah. Then Strathcona, you've got that at $7.50 a square foot. Is that bigger or smaller?
It's not just area, it's also location involved. This location, subject property, great visibility from.
And where's Strathcona located then? Is it not down in the core area?
It's 400,000 neighborhood. Okay, Riverstone.
It's close to the Disraeli Freeway, right?
1 second, I will check. I'm going to our system. Strathcona. It's another side of river, Strathcona, Telbar Avenue, close to it on corner. And what is this street? Another side on the river.
Yeah.
Disraeli Highway, another side of the river
But it is
after Telban Avenue. Yes, correct.
But that's closer to the area of this building, is it not?
Yes, but it's far away from Disrael Highway for visibility. It's located on Stadacona. It's a parallel street between Gateway and Disrael Highway on
And the
middle.
one we're looking at, Lily, what would you say that one would be? It's sort of it's under the highway almost, isn't it, in some cases?
Yeah, but it's great visibility from Disrael Highway.
It's got what?
It has good visibility.
Oh, it's got good visibility. You can see the building from the Disraeli.
Correct. It's very important for business, commercial property.
Oh, I never thought of that. You should look at a few of these other ones then. Because the ones on Pembina Highway would be very highly visible, wouldn't they?
Pembina Highway, yes.
Yeah, St. Mary's Road. Portage Avenue.
That's why it's look on my comparable number 3, Portage Avenue, $21 per square foot.
But Pembina Highway 1861 is $9 a square foot.
It's a lease in 2017. And we have 2021. It's a 4 years adjustment to the lease. Because it's different market was signed.
So is that what you're doing?
Should be upward adjustment.
You're adjusting your median here?
I don't adjust media. I just showed for my 15 comparables, all available for us.
I know you chose $17.14 at your weighted average was $14.53. And your best comparables are in the $9 and $7 range. I'm just asking, why would you not have used something that was more comparable than the ones on Pembina Highway, King Edward, Lakewood Boulevard, Vermilion, Henderson Highway, all high visibility? Why would you use high visibility ones when you've got the other ones that are much closer? And you're the one that said high visibility, not me.
Yes, it's a model driven $17.40. It's inside our range for 15 comparables.
So the model doesn't
my
take
last comparables for number 15 should be upward adjustment. It will be more than $9 per square foot. And
right. Your model doesn't take into account visibility then?
It's taking account location for sure.
Oh, it's taking it into account?
Yes. It's not just location, size, building, type of building. It's take everything into consideration.
But you stated that it was more important to have that visibility off of the freeway toward that building than it was for Strathcona. You said there was more visibility.
Yes, all commercial building, very important, good visibility from highway.
I think you're making my case. I think I'm done with my questions. Anything you want to make your presentation?
I do have verbal rebuttal.
Verbal rebuttal? Okay, I'll let you give your verbal rebuttal now.
Okay. So similarly to what was already being discussed, I guess location is a critical factor in what potential tenant is going to pay for rent. So locations that are in close proximity to or on the same site as significant commercial or retail development are going to drive significantly higher rental values. You have people coming there for various reasons. You are going to have to pay more rent for those locations. So just quickly, we'll look through the list here. Comparable number 3. 3331 Portage. This is close to Cavalier, where you have the Safeway, CIBC, MLCC development. It's a 3 or 4 unit auto mall. They're paying $21 a square foot for a small unit there. Lots of supportive retail in the area. Number 4, 2735 Pembina. This has come up a couple times already in other hearings today. This was formerly the WRHA Access Center. If you look at the photos in the brief from the city, you can see the access center there. Midas Muffler was also on site. Both of those structures no longer exist. They've been demolished. It's a development site at this point in time. So the Midas is permanently closed. But that being said, is again in the same area as strip malls, BMO, Sobeys, Shoppers on Pembina Highway. Excellent location, great visibility, good access. 721 Watt, number 6. This is a gas bar and auto center. As soon as you have a gas bar on site, the rent dramatically increases, as you can see from the $29.30 being paid for that location. I'll deal with number 7, number 11 together, I guess. They are both on, number 7 is Fountain Tire, number 11 is Boyd Auto Body. They are either on or adjacent to the main commercial node at on Fermor in Southdale there, where you have Walmart, Canadian Tire, all of the banks, all of the restaurants, etc., on the south side of Fermor in that stretch. So again, 107 Vermilion, 2050, number 1120 Lakewood is the Boyd Center at $20 a square foot. That's a collision center, not a service garage as well. 1315 Henderson. I'm not sure that that's an arm's length. I don't have any way of checking that out quickly, but it's been there since 2007. I think it would be unlikely that an operator would not have their own shop by that point. It's also just before Chief Peguis, where you have the big commercial development. Similarly, 226 St. Anne's, number 14, is just across from Superstore at the Fermor and St. Anne's intersection. So all of these locations have significant supportive retail and commercial that are going to drive significantly higher rents than they would for the subject property. That would be my verbal rebuttal.
Did you have any questions on the rebuttal, Madam Assessor?
No questions.
No question? And any questions on the rebuttal?
No question.
Nothing? Let's move on to your presentation.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. So the prior property on Stanley was actually a very good lead-in for the subject property. They're in very similar areas. Stanley was on the west side of Maine. This is on the east side of Maine, just adjacent to the Disraeli Freeway. They have many of the same issues, which we'll get into. And if we look at the valuation of that property prior to any reductions, I think they're at a 9 cap, and $12.60 a square foot was what the model had applied in that location. We now have some other evidence before us to look at from the city as well, but I will run through our presentation here. So we are looking at 51 Lily Street. It is a service garage. Automotive Connection has been in there for quite some time. Is a service garage and not an auto body center. So it does not do body repair. We flip forward to my page number 3. We can see a bit of background with regard to the property. So it's zoned M in the downtown area, mixed use. We have property type automobile repair, built in 77, and it has quite a small site at 8,000 plus square feet with a leasable area of 4,344 square feet. So just to do the calculation, which I didn't put in there, it's 1.87 land to plan area ratio. Now, this creates an issue for service garages in that they typically need space to store customers' cars on. 1.87 gives you virtually no space to store cars on. We have other issues with storing cars on site, which we'll also get to, but to start with, the land area is not sufficient to meet the normal requirements of that particular business. So Let's look quickly at the photos beginning on page 4. So we have a couple of exteriors, one of the front, one of the back, fairly straightforward. You're looking at steel frame building, aluminum panel siding, and roofing. You can see the interior office and reception area on page number 5.
They are numbered, right?
They are actually numbered, yes. But got them numbered at the bottom in the center of the page there.
Oh, there. Oh, I see it.
Yeah.
Mr. Chair, I think.
Yeah.
This is the one. Yeah, that's the one.
Yeah.
And if you flip forward to page 6, you can see the interior of the service garage. Again, pretty straightforward. It has been around since 1977, so certainly heavy amount of use over that time. It's representative of a building of its use of that age. So you can see what it looks like on the inside. Capital expenditure wise, they are needing to redo the roof, which has not been done to this point. That brings us to the area. I will give you a quick rundown myself here, but I believe we'll both chip in on this point. The area itself. So we look at my page number 10. You can see the site description via aerial. So it is located on Lily just before the right-hand turn onto the Disraeli. So at that location, you cannot turn left onto Disraeli in order to head to Main Street, in order to head south. The only way you can go is northbound on Disraeli onto Henderson and or back through the exchange on Lily in the other direction to find a light to exit on in order to head other directions. The location itself shown on page number 11. So it's in that very north end of the exchange. You're getting close to Higgins Avenue, etc., and that particular area. Flipping back briefly, the immediate area. So what do we have for supportive commercial uses? We have Integra Credit Union, which is across the street, and that's it. Aside from that, you have across the back lane, you have vacant lots. You have other vacant lots in the area. You have one on the south side of the property. You have a home that is tenanted. And on the north side, you have a vacant and abandoned property that we will get into in detail here. It is indicative of the area. It's not just this home that we're going to speak about, but the area in general has significant social and criminal aspects that lead to a significant impact on market value. So if we look at my page number 7, this is the property immediately to the north of the subject property. It's been abandoned for some time. You can see the photos starting on page 7 there. It's being located where it is, being abandoned, draws a criminal element. So you have significant drug trade happening there, significant drug use, all of the things that go along with that. I will say other illegal, illicit activities also occur in there, which I'm sure we can all guess at. And as evidence of this, you can see on page number 8, we have evidence of the drug use. You have a needle right in front of the subject property itself, as shown on the photo there. The garbage that happens because of the location, both on the neighboring property and the subject property, shown at the back of the subject property at the top of page 9. And there are frequent police attendances at that property for various reasons, as you can guess. On October 31st, there was a fire. Arson, I believe, is being looked at on that adjacent property. And all of these things obviously have an impact on who's going to locate beside that voluntarily, not as a historical fact, and that you've been there for quite some time. Who's going to choose to rent that location? And then what would they pay as a fair market rent for that location? And again, it's not just this vacant abandoned home, it's the area in general, as you can see, as discussed by the previous appellant. I think at this point, hearing from ownership would be a good idea as well.
All right, I guess, I don't know how much, thank you for hearing us. We have undesirable neighbors. Every day there's something to see, including people looking through and breaking into vehicles to see what they can steal. We have signage at the shop warning customers not to park their vehicles overnight, as vandals will break their windows. Garbage, including needles, excrement, and any other refuse you can think of from neighboring areas, winds up in our back lane and front parking lot. The neighboring boarded up green former rooming house had people breaking in often, drinking and sleeping on the front or back steps and inside the house, and threatening our customers at times as well. So we would just make sure if the vehicles were around that somebody walks up with them, that there's a new watch. I've sent a number of emails to 311 just from July of 2021. I can read one to you. Graffiti, tires taken from the back shop, back doors broken down of the boarded up property. Other, like you said, illicit things going on. It's been an eyesore for a lot of years. Please get someone to take care of this yard. Be careful about needles, glass, and human excrement. And drug users, prostitutes, and alcoholics use this green spray painted boarded up property to 5557. There's a lot more I could say, but it takes a lot of time.
Okay. So that's the area that we're situated within. So what are properties in that area realistically worth? Well, let's get into that and move forward to the valuation for the subject property. So what I'm going to do is just to start with
One page.
Actually, I am going to point you to start with to the city's comparables on page number 5 of their brief. So I'm going to point out 3 properties that are particularly similar in certain aspects. I'll wait for you to get there.
We're there.
Okay, so number 5, 1118 Chevrier. If you look at no, the photo is here. Must be there somewhere. Okay. So if you look at that particular property, so Chevrier, it's Fort Garry, not downtown, but it's not a main thoroughfare. It's off of Pembina Highway. Is it have a lot of traffic? Certainly it does, but it's not in the same realm as, say, St. Mary's or Pembina, etc. So if we look at this property, it's in both an auto and boat repair place. What is the building? It's a very similar building to the subject property, very similar in size. And they're paying $12 per square foot at that location. We look at number 10, 1429 Clarence, similar location in Fort Garry there, so superior location in that regard. Also not on the main thoroughfare. Signature Motors is here, and they are paying $13 a square foot. That is a collision center, that particular one. Not a service garage, but similar structure certainly. And then finally, and I think this is in my evidence as well, 2645 Pembina is very similar in terms of the structure, but in a vastly superior location, and they're paying 12 1/4 for that property. We can skip forward to my brief on page number 14 and the rental comparables that are here. I see you scrolling, so
Go up there.
You're there? Okay.
That takes me a while, but
Okay, so the first one, 2645 Pembina, that's shown on my page 15, the location and the building. This is LNC Auto Repair. It's located south of Bison Drive on the west side of Pembina Highway, 3,000 square feet. 2017 lease at $13 a square foot is what I had. It's the S1225. Perhaps it's come down since 2017. I'm not sure. Excellent location, certainly superior to the subject. 2405 Pembina is my number 2. This is north of Bison Drive in a new commercial development. It's where Tim Hortons is located, Booster Juice, various other commercial tenancies on site there. The Boyd building was the original building. It's at the rear of the site, 12,000 square feet, so certainly larger. It is an auto body center. We have a 2017 lease at what is actually $13.75 a square foot, apparently, when I checked the city's information on it. From 2017. So vastly superior location, bit larger, obviously. Number 3, this is our only comparable that either the city or us have in the downtown area, 123 Fort. This is a Fountain Tire, so service garage. 2018 lease at $13 a square foot for just under 9,000 square feet. If you look at page 17, you can see the location. So it's north of Broadway, west of Main Street on Fort on the east side there. Certainly bigger building, but very well located in the downtown with office towers surrounding it. You can drop your car off and walk back to work in this particular location. You don't need a ride or anything of that nature. Certainly superior to the subject. By number 4, 31 Scurfield, Ultimate Auto Service, $8 a square foot, built in 98, 2017 lease, similar size at just over 4,800 square feet. And it is in an industrial strip center in that Fort Garry industrial area. So again, Fort Garry would be superior typically to the subject location for a variety of reasons. And then we have 2479 Pembina Highway. This is Southside Auto Body. They are located right on the corner of Bison Drive and Pembina Highway on the northwest corner. And at that location, they were paying $10.71 a square foot in 2017. You can see the similarity of the buildings there, certainly. And then finally, our last comparable, 960 Jubilee. This is another Fountain Tire location, 960 Pembina.
everybody said it's
My
on
mistake. Fountain Tire, corner of Jubilee and Pembina Highway. 2018 lease at $12.75 a square foot. So those are the comparables that we have. Certainly $17.15 a square foot is not appropriate, quite clearly. Is $13 a square foot appropriate? I'm starting to think it's a little bit on the high side as well when I see some of the additional comparables that the city has been able to include in their rent. However, that is supported by the evidence that we have here today. It could perhaps be a bit below that, certainly given the area that we've discussed and the issues surrounding it. Would an arm's length tenant pay $13 a square foot? Perhaps, but again, that would be the maximum that they would certainly go for. With regard to the other valuation aspects, we are not in disagreement with the city on either collect vacancy, expense allowance, shortfall and unusually, capitalization rate. The city is utilizing a capitalization rate of 8.7%. We don't see that as being incorrect for the subject property. I've given you a bit of background on capitalization rate there. I'm not going to go through it. Each of those properties is significantly superior to the subject. So we're not in disagreement with the 8.7. And if you look at my page number 24, you can see the summary of this valuation. So in comparison to the cities. So we've used a rental rate of $13 a square foot, certainly at the upper end of the range of what they would achieve there. Vacant space of 2%, expense allowance of 3%, shortfall of $6 a square foot, and a cap rate of 8.7 gives us $611,000. If we look at the addenda materials beginning on A2, you have the income and expense. And I would draw your attention to A4, the COVID questionnaire. So has there been an impact? Obviously, there was an impact with COVID, both in terms of safety measures and the drop off in work as well. All together, a rough estimate of $80,000 as far as an impact. I think that probably covers it from my end. Do you have anything further you'd like to add to that? I know you've got a lot of notes there.
Just a little summary. My husband, Bruce Christian, bought 51 Lily in 1992. He has never applied for a reduction in taxes before now, partly due to personal family matters, and partly because, as his wife, I tell him what to do. So he's doing it.
Oh, so honest.
He's summarized very well. We've submitted pictures, and I've made some mistakes on fixing or filling in some paperwork, so that's on me too. We have more expenses than, and it's getting higher as inflation is rising, 6.8 and rising. There's other things there. We don't have much room for parking. It's hard to get in there, as he explained. And I just thank you for taking the time to listen to us today. In 10 years, our property assessment has been upped more than double. Last year to now, it's as the assessment has been upped by 66,000 alone. So it's just a lot to take. Thank you.
Any questions from the assessor?
Thank you. No questions.
Ian, do you have any questions?
I do not, thank you.
Linda,
I do not.
you're leaving to me, eh?
Yep.
When I look at the overall specs on the cap rates, and I never see anything in that 8.7 range other than hotels and things like that that go that high.
Right.
Where do we, I know we don't always go to the highest point. We have the highs, the lows, and some fall out. So if they're falling out of that range of a maximum of say 7.75 or 7.25, if they're falling outside of that, what would you be using to reflect or to bring that number up? What would be the cause and effect?
Well, so I guess just to answer your question, so if we're looking at the subject property as a retail property, theoretically, if we look at the city's summary on page 28, they of course don't have cap rates for automotive centers. Typically, these are owner occupied, so you don't typically have a sale of these where you can identify a true cap rate. So unfortunately, we don't have that to go on. So what aspects would go into the selection of the cap rate? Well, location is certainly critical. And the impacts that would have on a potential tenant's business, given all the factors that are involved there. We've run through most of those. The site itself would have an impact. So we have an undersized site, 1.8 land to plan area, nowhere near enough space to park vehicles on. Also, can't leave your vehicle outside there overnight, or it probably won't be there in the morning. Unless it's a locked area, which they don't have. You have the structure itself. So this is built in 77. It's been, heavily used since that time. Probably not a lot different than other ones of that vintage, but it is a bit older. And we only have 2 bays in terms of it being a service garage. So there's 2 bays on the front and an exit door essentially on the rear, which limits the number of vehicles you can work on and the amount of income you can generate as well. So if you look at this compared to many of the ones on Femina or Portage where they have 4 or 5 doors, it's certainly a drawback in that regard as well. And investor interest, is there going to be a lot of interest in a service garage to start with that may or may not have environmental problems given the use that they have? All of the other factors, what would the lending rate be on a property like that if you were to look at buying it from a normal financing perspective? Would there be a premium on that, which would then of course drive your cap rate higher on what you'd be willing to pay for it? There's a lot there. I could go on, but you can cut me off anytime.
I've never cut you off, have I?
Oh, probably.
It's getting closer. I'm just trying to understand. So when you've got an area such as this and some of our other areas downtown, when we've got the undesirable things happening in those areas, is that driving them higher as well, the cap rates?
It has an impact in several ways, right? If you're a member of the public, it's probably an area you avoid. So if there's business there, you may or may not want to go there for whatever that business is, whether it's a restaurant or an auto garage, etc. If you're a potential tenant, is that a site you want to go to? If it does, think that it can work, you're probably going to pay less for it than you would for a similar property in a better location. And on the cap rate side, of valuation, so you're looking at it from an investor perspective. What type of tenant are you going to get there? In terms of the covenant of that tenant, is it going to be a Fountain Tire? No, it's not going to be Fountain Tire. It's going to be a local, which gives you far less certainty with regard to the income that you get on an ongoing basis. And just, desirability of the area from all perspectives is lower. So you're going to be willing to pay less for the same revenue, which is going to give you a higher cap rate.
Okay. You give me what I was trying to understand. Oh, I think we have something coming.
Yeah, 2 bay doors in the back.
Was there 2 in there? Oh, I'm sorry. I just saw the one.
Okay.
That's the
I
upfront.
remembered the one.
Okay, anything in summation, Madam Assessor?
No, thank you.
Anything in summation from your side? Thank you.
I don't believe so.
I think you covered it all. Thank you very much. That'll conclude that matter.
Thank you, everyone. Appreciate your time.
All we have this time.
And our good health.
Yes. I thought you were going to say our good looks.
Well, no,
The applicant for the next item is not present.
Okay.
Chair.
Okay, 7,
7 to 9, we have the applicant. It's joining us
number
on-
7.
Yeah.
149 Austin, is that it?
Yeah.
Hello,
We'll go
everyone.
to 49 Austin next.
You are sparing the applicant.
Yeah, once you swear in the applicant, please.
Okay, Mr. Bridgen, please state your full name.
Thank you very much. Wesley Van Bruggen.
Thank you. Do you affirm that the evidence you are about to give at this hearing is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Assessor, you're on, please.
File number 22-494, roll number 14000787000, address 149 Austin Street North. We are valuing the property as a stand of January 1st, 2023, based on the economic condition April 1st, 2021. This appeal is with respect to the amount of the assessed value only. Based on the evidence in this report, in this assessor opinion, that the market value of subject property as of April 1st, 2021 is $788,000, and that the 2023 assessed value should be confirmed. The subject property located has land of 18,485, commercial land C2, gross leasable area 5,500. The subject property picture started on page number 2. It's located northwest of the city. On page number 3, more air photo of subject property. It's a rectangle shape of land on page number 4. Street view on page number 5 and 6. On page number 8, the owner Vent Air Industrial Limited own 2 lots. The subject property 149 Austin Street on the bottom, and they own also 175 Sutherland Avenue. So it's 2 property close to each other. The subject property zoning commercial 2. This district and intend to accommodate more intensive commercial site. They do not have a local of neighborhood orientation. This district intend to include attractive commercial, institutional, recreational, and service facilities needed to support the surrounding neighborhood and broader community. On page number 12, let's go straight to subject property market income. We apply $12.89 for 5,500 square feet. On the bottom on same page 12, I present 10 comparables. Already familiar with average rent per square foot, $4.65, and media $12.63. We apply $12.89. Also, we account for 2% vacancy loss, 3% expenses, shortfall $6 per square foot, and our capitalization rate 9.2%. How we came across of market value of subject property, 788,000. All my photo of my comparables following. Based off an evidence in this report, it is assessor opinion that market value of subject property as of April 1st, 2021, 768,000, and that the 2023 assessed value should be confirmed. Thank you. Any questions?
Any questions of the assessor?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. So I guess if we can turn to page, starting on page 4, please. And just let me know when you're there.
I'd say we're all there.
Excellent. Thank you very much. So just to confirm, the property at 149 Austin is also owned by the same owner as the property in front of that at 175 Sutherland Ave, correct?
Correct. If you open page 8 of my brief, I presented two properties on one page.
Right. So I guess my next question is for 175 Sutherland, is that a commercial or is that another auto service garage, or is that an industrial property?
It's industrial property.
Okay. So, and do you know if it's assessed as an industrial? So it is assessed as an industrial property with assessed.
Correct.
Okay. So 149 Austin, do you know, is the tenant in 175 Sutherland using that property?
In our system, it's a show a vehicle service garage.
Right. But I'm trying to figure out why would it be defined as a vehicle service garage? What characteristics would be looked at to make that determination?
It's by previous owner, tenants. Let's look into what our business inside.
Sorry about that.
If we open page 16 of my
Yep.
brief,
Mhm.
income expense mailer reported to us. It's a gross lease, partial occupied. Tenants, and on page number 17, it's office for Penery Roads, if I'm correct. So it has tenants inside.
Mhm.
And they give a gross rent of $29,489.
Okay. So again, I'm not quite clear what when I see it, I see office, I see it says property group office. You had indicated it's an office. It looks like there's a gross rent after deducting the expenses. It looks like that gross rent's just a little bit north of $18,000 on that. So what part of that suggests that it's going to be a service? It should be assessed as a service garage.
In our system, it's still a service garage of 5.5 thousand square feet.
Okay, so it's just based on your system. There's nothing based on based on what the property had been looked at
History,
previously.
yes, correct.
Okay. All right. If we can move to starting on page 19, please. And if you could just let me know when you're there.
Go ahead.
Excellent. So we see it on 19. So the property on page 19, this would be the property at 75 Strathcona Street, correct?
Correct.
So this would be a little bit less utilized. I'm taking a look at it. It looks like it's, only couple bays. And we're looking at a rent of $7.50 per square foot, correct?
Correct.
Yeah, again, because the location of this property is less utilized, would the rental rate that is getting, the fact that it's only getting $7.50, is that because it's on a lower utilized property or a lower utilized more roadway?
It's what reported to us.
Okay. So, but would you say the location of that property, because it is on a less used roadway, it's not on a major thoroughfare, would have, in your experience, would that have an impact in terms of the rental rate it's achieving?
It's one of factors.
Okay.
Location most important. Yes, correct.
Okay.
Location, location, and location for appraising.
So if we move to page 20, we have 3331 Portage Ave, correct?
Correct?
So this would be, I'm taking a look at the property in the picture. You have a number of bays, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, what appears to be, I don't know, 7 or 8 bays on the property. Would that have an impact in terms of the rent the property generates?
Yes, that's why it's $12.21, and we assess only less than $13 per square foot.
So you would say, if we take a look, this is looking at a Portage, a number of bays, this would probably be considered a superior property to the subject.
Correct,
property.
yes.
If we go down to page 21, so to page 21, this is the property located at 111 Chevier Boulevard, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So when we take a look at this, is this located within, again, would you say that the location of this would probably, how would this compare to the subject property? Would this be a busier roadway compared to the subject property?
Correct.
Okay. So you'd say that in terms of the location, this would probably be superior.
Mm-hmm.
If we move to the next page, page 22, we have 721 Watt Street. And here it looks like we have some gas pumps. Would that have an impact in terms of the rental rate that the property is generating?
Correct. That's why it's $29. We assess less as $13 per square foot.
Okay. Page 23, we have 1315 Henderson Highway. Again, Henderson Highway, fairly major thoroughfare. Would you suggest, would that be a superior or inferior site to the subject property?
What comparable we are?
That's page 23 of your brief, 1315 Henderson Highway.
Yes, it's superior, and it's a rent for $18.33. We assess less as $13. Correct.
Okay. Just to speed up the process, if we take a look at each one of these properties, you would agree that when we take a look at the properties on page 24, 25, 26, 27, and 28, each one of these would probably be considered a superior location to the subject property. Would that be a fair statement to make?
King's Edward located in industrial area, 721 Watt Street industrial area.
So out of that, I guess, which would be the best comparable to the subject property? Which one would you point to as the best?
Best is range between $12.63 and $14.65 to account all 10 comparables.
Okay.
Because this type of subject property owner occupied, and we have to defend, we have to assess. And $12.89, it's model generated rent. It's inside of my range, rent per square foot for 10 comparables. It's fair.
Okay. All right. I think that concludes my questions. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Ian, any questions?
Yes, given that there's at least one area here that's a vehicle service garage, how would the classification or the assessment change if it changed tenants or if it changed businesses? Or is that completely dependent on your modeling?
It's a depend of type of building, location, tenants inside. In our case, it's a vehicle service garage. It can be any service. It's can motorboat repair, but it's a repair garage. Usually industrial type of building on top.
You would need a physical inspection to determine if there had been any change to the property away from a vehicle service garage?
No, if it's something, it can be a motorbike service. It's still a vehicle service garage in our system. We don't have options too much to classify in special range.
Okay, so once it's in your system, you're stuck.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I have nothing further.
Linda?
I have no question, thank you.
If he's showing $29,000 of rent on that 5,500 square feet, do you include those into your models, those papers?
If I would have a lease, you can see in our case, we usually how we find our comparables, how generate our model or reported leases across the city, how our model generated rent
I thought I was.
of similar
I thought you
properties.
said they supply, you created the model by using the papers that are forwarded to the city.
Yes, reported leases, correct. But if you
You've got
open,
some, because you stated one was stated at $7.
if
on
you
that.
open, yes, correct. If
So
you
what would the
open
state-
page number
stated-
17,
So what would the
Please open-
stated rent be on this one?
if you open page on page 17, what reported to us,
Yeah.
office, that it's paid only Hydra. It's no information, and next time I will just asking for penalty, because how you can use this information in our system, it's no lease start.
No, that's not the question I asked you. The question I asked you was, what would the rent be at the rate that he's put it down at?
If information would be full, would be presented normal lease. We will be put in our system. A model would be account for this amount.
Okay,
It's not full information, and next time I will ask for penalty for this type of information.
okay. What's the gentleman's name again?
Because our data on information presented by owner, garbage in, garbage out.
Thank you. On with your presentation, sir.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. So if we could just turn to page 3 of our submission, and let's get the board, let the board get there in a moment. So just to give a sense of how I like to present, we'll give a high level view and then we'll move down to the specifics. Just the board. So the property is the property has been assessed as a 5,500 square foot commercial property. It's assessed using the income approach to value. The building was constructed in 1951 and sits on 18,485 square feet of land. The assessed value is $488,000. M&P is requesting a value of $293,400. If the board will move with me, starting on page 9, and just let me know when you're there.
We're there.
Excellent. So we have a location map. So the property is located in North Point Douglas along Sutherland Ave. We've got a picture of the property there. There's actually a wall connecting between 175 and 149 Austin. You can see the picture on the bottom of page 9, just showing the layout of that property. On page 10, you can see this side view. So you can see that it's vent air that's in the front property. That's occupying that front building. That's 175 Sutherland. And then if we go down to page 11, we just have some more overhead pictures of that property. The board will move with me to page 12. We'll start with the issues at hand. So the first is in regards to the physical characteristics of the property. So the building has been assessed, classified as a vehicle service garage. However, half of one building is being used as cold storage, and the second building is being used for cold storage. So actually, just for the board's reference, if you can flip back to page 11, please. So this property has been assessed with a Quonset and one building. However, the Quonset's been removed, and they have constructed a second building on that site. The second building is 2,400 square feet, and it's being used as cold storage by the owner. We have that information on page 12. You can see an email there. This is from Joey Graham. He is the controller for Vent Air. He had let us know that there's a newer picture, one half of 149 Austin that Vent Air uses as cold storage. The other half is rented to Planetary Roads. The second is a new building that Vent Air uses as cold storage. So we can see that the site is not actually being used for vehicle service garage or as a vehicle service garage, but rather most of that site is being used as cold storage for the industrial property that can be found on 175 Sutherland. Page 13, we have a building permit search showing that the Quonset had been removed and that there had been a new cold storage building put on the site. You can see there that the cold storage building is 40 by 60, an unconditioned storage building located on the property. So again, that was done in 2017. So supporting our position that that is cold storage. When it comes to 175 Sutherland, again, we can see as indicated on page 9 that these properties are connected together with a link, as well as the properties are, the property at 149 Austin is being used by the tenant in 175 Sutherland for purposes. If you move to page 14, we move on to the issue of the rental rate. The subject property has been assessed with a rental rate of $12.89. However, as previously mentioned, one half of the first building, so 2,750 square feet, is being used for cold storage, and the entirety of the second building is being used for cold storage. In reviewing leasing, it's a little challenging as most cold storage is not leased. However, M&P did find 3 indicators across 2 buildings. So here we have 109 Higgins Ave, as well as 2 asking rents coming out of 289 King Street. We can see that the areas that we're looking at range from 3,971 square feet up to 20,000 square feet. They're all gross leases, and they range from $3.75 to $5 a square foot. So again, as we take a look at this, as there wouldn't be any hydro that would be considered, as the only cost that would be considered would be hydro, we would be looking at deducting about $2 a square foot to account for the actual operating costs. As they're gross leases, they are not inclusive, they're not triple net. So we'd be looking at a rental rate of about $2.17 to account for a cold storage rental rate on that property. The board moves with me to page 15. Again, for the remainder of the property, it's our position that this is more like an industrial property. 175 Sutherland Ave, 175, the building in front, is an industrial property, has been assessed as such. So again, when we take a look at leases similar size, what we see is leasing ranging from about $6.25 to $6.75. So taking a look at these, we would feel that a rate of about $6.50 would be reasonable. So taking into consideration the cold storage space of 5,125 square feet at $2.17, the remaining space at a rate of $6.50, we get a blended rate of $3.67 for the property. Page 16, we look at the vacancy rate. Again, so the property has been assessed with a vacancy rate of 2%. However, when we take a look at industrial properties within this particular area, they are assessed with a vacancy rate of 6.5%. We feel that that vacancy rate, as this is an industrial property, of 6.5% would be reasonable and should be applied to the property. Finally, we take a look at the comparable sales. So again, the property is located in North Point, Douglas. We've identified 5 sales that are coming out of the area. So the sales do range a little bit in size. We can see that the smallest property is 9,200 square feet, so just a little larger than the subject property, 1954 year construction, with the largest property at 39,050 square feet. When we take a look at the sale prices per square foot, we can say the sales range from $27 up to $64 a square foot. When we take a look at the average and the median, we get $48 a square foot. Again, it's important to note that these properties tend to be more in the industrial use. Because we have a significant component of cold storage in the property, when we take a look at the value, M&P's requested value of $293,400, that equates to a rate of $37.14, which falls right in the range of the sales we're seeing within the area. Page 18, we provided a map just showing where those sales are located. So the subject property at 149 Austin is the red pin that you can see there, again, located in North Point, Douglas. You can see that we have those sales are fairly close in proximity to the subject property. So again, when we're taking a look, understanding some of the challenges that are present within the area, we felt that location was probably a little more of a consideration compared to the size of the property. If we move to page 19, we have our conclusion. So again, in taking a look at the property, we feel that the Quonset should be removed as it's no longer there. We've added the new building on for 2,400 square feet. So we have a total leasable area of 7,900 square feet. Using a blended rental rate of $3.67. That's how, and a capitalization rate of 8.5, we're arriving at our value of $37 or $293,406 for that property. Continuing on page 20, or sorry, page 23 to page 28 provides just supporting information for the asking rents that we were looking at for the property. Page 29, we have the comparable sales, just showing what those pictures look like. So you can see 191 Ellen located on page 29. Page 30, we have 567 to 579 Henry. Page 31, 516 to 530 Dufferin. 32, we have 293 Fountain. And page 33, we have 110 to 112 Sutherland. Granted, 110 and 112 Sutherland is quite large. However, it is located kind of in the along Sutherland, so we felt that would be a pretty good comparable, at least to determine value in the area. The information for the sales can be found. We've used the Johnson report, so that can be found starting on page 34 to page 41. And the sales can be found on page 35, 37, 39, and 41. Page 43, we have the full email from the owner for that particular property. I provided a snippet, but I provided the full email there for the board's reference if you want to see a little bit more information on that property. So on page 44, you can see that we had taken a picture or provided a picture from Google Maps. There was a Quantit. On page 43, they indicated that Quantit had been removed and talked about how those properties were used. Finally, starting on page 47, continuing on till page 69, it's just supporting documentation from the City of Winnipeg Assessment Department. This basically just shows where we got the vacancy rate from for the property. With that, I conclude my presentation and I welcome any questions from the board or from the assessor. Thank you.
Does the assessor have any questions?
No questions, thank you.
Linda, any questions?
So the new building that's gone up there that you're saying is cold storage, are there specific things about that building that would make it only rentable as cold storage?
Well, again, I'm assuming when they built it, they didn't put insulation. It wouldn't have any plumbing. It wouldn't have it wouldn't have anything along those lines. It would just basically have electricity, and that would be it. So in order to make any change, you'd have to do quite a bit. You'd have to put quite a bit of money or do quite a retrofit on that building.
And is that true of the half of the other building that's there, or the other, although they're using it as cold storage, could it be rented as a rental property, a commercial rental property?
Unfortunately, I don't know what the use of the property is. My understanding is that Vent Air has been using it for a number of years as cold storage in that sense. So beyond that, I can't speak to how readily it could be converted into any different use of space.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
My question.
Is there any automotive going on in this building?
No, not to my knowledge.
When did it stop?
As far as I'm aware, as long as we've been dealing with it, it's been dealt. Vent Air has been produced as an industrial manufacturer in front of it and has been using it as such. So I don't know when it ever was used as vehicle servicing.
Yeah, I have a follow-up question then.
Well, he'll go and I'll come back.
Oh, sorry.
No,
Sorry,
go
I'm interrupting there.
No, go ahead.
This is not the first time this property has been assessed in any cycle. In previous cycles, has it been assessed as a commercial vehicle or a commercial vehicle service garage, or has it been assessed as an industrial warehouse?
Unfortunately, I don't know. We picked this up the last time we picked it up the last cycle. It hadn't been a filed appeal for a variety of reasons. So this is the first time we're actually going and discussing this before the board. So I can't speak, unfortunately, to the history of what the historic classification of the building's been.
I don't have anything further then.
You said that you thought they should both be as one unit. Have you approached the city on doing that?
So we had submitted our evidence. Unfortunately, and I did reach out to the assessor. Unfortunately, realizing that everything is a busy time, we were unable to have any further discussions on that particular property, because that certainly would be a consideration for this site, and certainly something we should be talking. I'll have to talk about in the future.
You should be talking about all of that in the future.
Mhm.
And when you fill out the papers, you didn't put down all your costs and your hydro and stuff. You could have ended up with a penalty if they had caught that. So you want to make sure you get those papers filled out properly
Certainly.
in the future. But you're saying it's industrial now. It's been industrial for, well, it's 15 years, isn't it?
As far as we know, as long as Ventair has been using the property, they've been using that site.
Yeah, and how long has Ventair been there?
So again, I'm going to rely on a little bit on the assessor's information. So it looks
It was purchased in
2000. So it looks like it was purchased in 2003, transferred for $1 in 2009. So I would imagine Ventair has been there for probably since at least 2009.
Yeah. And yet nobody's said that it shouldn't be taxed as a service station.
I don't know what to tell you, Mr. Chair. I apologize.
Can I ask you a question, Madam Assessor? Is that something you guys can look into and do an investigation on?
That's why we usually ask income expenses mailer. It's a communication with us, what's going on with this property. And you can see it's no information provided. I look inside our system until 2002, I see appeal from Norman Glass. It was car repair service garage inside on this property.
Until 2003.
Yes, correct.
Okay. So plug the left there.
And when we analyze this income expense mailer, when we came across it, our record should be updated. That's why next time, if no real information, I will ask for penalty.
Yeah, I'd recommend that you have a close discussion with the department over the next period of time to get this all straightened out. Both the amalgamation and the rest of it, and on what's missing on the paperwork, so you don't get penalized.
And all this property, two property can be adjoined together,
That's
measured
correct.
together, if have to be request from the owner to us to follow up. We cannot just start from nowhere.
No, well, we can't do it, but they can approach you and have it done, so.
Correct.
You follow that?
Yeah, we'll certainly make sure that we have the conversation with the owner and follow up accordingly, Mr. Chair.
Okay, leave the information with us and we'll get back to you on this one. We'll move on to the next file. I believe you're on the next file as well. Number 8.
I am indeed, Mr. Chair.
Can we have a 5 minutes break, please?
You can request 10 if you'd like.
Okay, 10.
We're going to move to 8 when we come back. We're going to take a break.
Yes.
We'll call the meeting back to order. Madam Assessor, if you want to take the floor.
File number 22-803, roll number 06053133350 Ziga, subject property located in section 55 Dougal Street. We are valuing the property as it stands of January 1st, 2023, based on the economic condition April 1st, 2021. This appeal is with respect to the amount of the assessed value only. Based on evidence in this report, it is assessor opinion that the market value of subject property as of April 1st, 2021 is $1,544,000, and that the 2023 assessed value should be confirmed. The subject property, it's vehicle service related, has a land value, land area of 64,411 square feet. And leasable area of building 13,327. It's built originally in 1993 with addition in 2000. On page number 2, we have a lease provided to us from Terek Diesel office, size 2017 for 12,000 square feet at $7.95 per square foot. On page number 3, we have air photo of subject property, 3-4 with street view. Our market income presented of page number 5. I have same set of comparables for vehicle service garage, 10 of them, with average rent per square foot $14.65, in media $12.63. We assess property, it's $13,327 square feet at $7.40 per square foot. And you can remember on page number 2, rent $7.95. We did apply vacancy loss 3%, expenses 3%, shortfall for empty space, vacant space $3.85. Our in capitalization rate 5.7%. So our estimate value of $1,544,000. Income expense mailer provided or started on page 10 and all on page 11. Subject property lease, it's from 12,000 square feet at $9.95. We assess 13,227 area if it's in $7.50. And on page 12, my comparables photo. Based on evidence in this report, it is assessor opinion that the market value of subject property as of April 1st, 2021, $1,544,000, and that the 2023 assessed value should be confirmed. Thank you. Any questions?
Questions? Sir.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. If we can turn to page 5, please. And just let me know when you're there.
We're good.
Excellent. For this property, it says manufacturing, light manufacturing. So it would be classified as an industrial property. Is that correct?
Correct.
So, but when I took a look at the leasing that you're using to support it, you're saying that these are from vehicle service garages. Is there a difference between vehicle service garages and light manufacturing properties?
It's because our, if you open page number 1, property type, parcel use, it's still vehicle service related on Dugald.
But this isn't a vehicle. This assessment department is classifying this as an industrial property, correct?
It's industrial zoning. If you look on page number 1, zoning M1 manufacturing lights, yes, it's industrial zoning, but in our system, it's a similar vehicle service garage, what rent I presented.
Okay, so is that the only reason then that this property is classified as, it's just because of the land zoning that's this property is classified as an industrial service garage?
It's a vehicle service garage.
Or vehicle service, is that the only reason that it's being classified as a
It's
vehicle?
our records.
Sorry, what was that?
It's our data on page number 1. It's our record. It's part of vehicle service related. That's why I presented service garage comparables to support.
Okay.
Service garages include heavy trucks.
Okay.
Everything, yes.
Okay.
It's broad parcel use for us.
Okay. Okay, so then when we take a look at the sales, again, for the information that you're providing on page 15, for the most part, would you say that these leases are in superior locations?
That's why we assess $7, just over $7 per square foot, correct? It's model drive and rent.
But so again, if we're taking a look at that, you would like none of the leasing that you're providing on on the bottom of page 5 would be particularly comparable to the subject property. Would that be a fair statement to make?
It's comparable for this type of parcel use in our system.
Okay.
It's what available for me.
Okay, that concludes my questions. Thank you very much.
Ian?
Just with respect to the cap rates, and this question's been asked for, the cap rate generated at 5.7, that's model driven.
Correct.
And can you tell me some of the parameters that would have made this or generated this 5.7 cap rate? Because when I look at the 20th and 80th percentile, the city seems to go from 5.55 to 7.45 in the 20th and 80th percentile. Is there anything that would put this toward the lower end of the cap rate?
Yes, if you open page number 7 or our capitalization rate, I showed only 16th percentile from 20 to 80 percentile. It's from 5.6 to 6.9. We put 5.7. It's inside our range.
Okay, thank you. That's fine.
Linda?
I don't have any questions. Thank you.
And I would like to point, you can see subject list $7.95 in model peak $7.14 per square foot.
$7.14.
Correct. So it's very close how our model generate by analyzing this type of lease provided to us.
I think the only difference between the two of you is your cap rate. But we'll find out when he makes his presentation. On with your presentation.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. If the board will turn with me to page 3 on the submission, we'll get started. So the property was so the subject property is a 13,327 square foot commercial property. It's been assessed using the income approach to value. The property has been assessed at a value of $1,544,000. M&P is requesting a value of $1,288,300. If the board will turn with me to page 8. So on page 8, we have the location of this particular property. It's located on Dugald, so a fairly industrial area. So you can, and we have a photo of the property on page 8 as well. Page 9, we just have some different views. So there are some overhead bay doors on this particular property. But when you take a look at the location, you have Jim Pattison Collision and Glass beside it, as well as a number of other industrial areas right along Dugald. I mean, Dugald is fairly industrial in nature. As pointed out, the issue that we have, the major issue we have with this property is the capitalization rate. If the board can turn with me to page 10. So the subject property has been assessed with a capitalization rate of 5.7%. However, when we take a look at sales of similar properties in the market, we have determined that these properties are selling for capitalization rates ranging from 5.85% to 7.75%. When we take a look at the average and the median, we get an average of 6.83% and a median of 6.79%. Now, for the board's reference, one of the considerations is we, unfortunately, when we're looking at these properties, we don't have the income and expense information for the properties. As much as we'd love to have them, it just simply it wouldn't be provided to us, or hasn't been provided to us while we've tried. So in our approach that we've done is we've tried to identify similar properties within the market, and then we've used what we feel would be an appropriate rental rate for these properties. In this case, we've used $7 a square foot, trying to be conservative. Applied a market vacancy ranging from 3 to 4%, an expense allowance of $3 or 3%, and a shortfall allowance of $3.85. Using these parameters, we calculate the net operating income, the calculated net operating income for each one of these properties, and then using the calculated net operating income divided by the sale price, we arrive at our capitalization rates. So here you can see that the capitalization rates we've derived for the properties ranging from 5.85% to 7.75%. When we take a look at the average is 6.83, the median is 6.97. Again, when we're taking a look at the properties, it would be our position that the best way to look at this would be the average. You can see the median is not very far off, but when we take a look at the average, we collect a larger span of properties, and we can see that's 6.83. Page 11, we provided sales of those properties. So we've tried to stay within as close to the area as we could. So you can see that we have some similar sales within the Transcona area, industrial area, as well as some other sales in St. Boniface and the Elmwood industrial area, depending on where we found those properties. So the subject property is located with the red pin in the middle of the map at 1655 Dougal, with the remaining properties located in fairly close proximity, certainly within a similar area of the city, a similar industrial area of the city when we're looking at it. If the board turns with me to page 12, we've also taken a look at the sale prices per square foot. So understanding the property has been valued using the income approach, we do feel that sale price per square foot is another good way to double check that value. We can see that the sales of these properties are ranging between $83 a square foot to $111 a square foot, resulting in a median and average of $82 and $95 a square foot. So for the subject property, applying the capitalization rate of 6.83%, our proposed value is $1,288,300. That results in a value of $96.67 per square foot. So again, when we do the double check, we do see that value is right in line with other similar properties that are selling within the market. Page 13 is it shows the valuation for the property. So using that rental rate, the assessed rental rate of $7.14, vacancy rate of 3%, expense allowance of 3%, shortfall of $3.85, and a capitalization rate of $6.85. That's how we result in our value of $1,288,317, truncated to $1,288,300.
It's 6.83%, not cents.
Oh, yes, you're right. I apologize, Mr. Chair. You're absolutely correct. 6.83%. Page 16, we provide the comparable properties that we've used in our analysis. So the first property we have is 672 Kimberley on page 16. So you can see similar property with overhead doors, granted fewer overhead doors than what we are looking at for the subject property, but similar in nature. Page 17, we have 42 Spears. So again, you can kind of see there's that overhead door back. Again, it's not quite as many overhead doors as the subject property, but kind of a similar idea. Page 18, we have 992 Dougal. So in fairly close proximity to the subject property, you can see there are those bay doors there for that particular property. Page 19, we have 510. I apologize. I'm going to Pinlinquet. I apologize. I most likely pronounced that incorrectly. Again, when we take a look at the property, we can see the bay doors there. Similar type of property. Page 20, we have a property out of St. Boniface, 333 DeBeats. Again, this property is a little bit different, so certainly this would be a slightly different property, but again, we feel that the overall use of the property would be similar. And then finally, on page 21, we have 215 to 221 Dougal. So this would be in close proximity to the property. Again, when we take a look at it, you can see kind of a similar configuration with the office and the industrial space there. Starting on page 22, continuing on until page 31, this is the supporting documentation for the sales. So we took the sales from the Johnson report, and we provided that information there for the board's reference. Finally, starting on page 33, continuing on to the end of the submission, page 79, is the information provided from the City of Calgary, or sorry, City of Calgary, I apologize, City of Winnipeg Assessment Department when looking at this. And again, I think when we take a look at it, when we take a look at the parameters that were used for the property, if the board will turn with me to, I apologize, one moment here. If the board will turn with me to page 54 in the submission, and I'll just give the board a moment to get there.
Go ahead.
Thank you. So here you can see when we take a look at the vacancy rate, the property's been assessed with a vacancy rate of 3%, which is what has been applied to industrial properties. We can take a look at non-recoverables. The non-recoverables assigned are $3.85, and the non-recoverable expenses are 3%. So again, what reason I bring this up is compared to what we would look at if the board would turn with, if the board will turn with me to page 47, please. And just let me know when you're there.
When you're ready.
Excellent. So if you look on the bottom of that table, you can see a vehicle service repair garages have been assessed with a 2% vacancy. And if you look on the next page, when you look at page 48, you can see vehicle service garages are assessed with a $6 expense ratio or expenses, a square foot expenses. So again, it's clear that when the city's model is valuing these properties, this property, it's using the income or the industrial parameters and views the property as an industrial property. As such, it would be M&P's position that when we're looking at valuing the property, that the best comparables to use would be industrial comparables to determine what that capitalization rate should be. With that, I conclude my presentation. I welcome any questions from the board or from the assessor. Thank you so much.
Madam Assessor, any questions?
No questions.
Ian, any questions?
Yes, page 49 of your report, you say the capitalization rates show that, or sorry, you talk about the calculation in which you derive the capitalization rates, including sales prices that are time adjusted to April 1st, 2021. Are the sale prices that you have included in your comparables at page 10 time adjusted? You got the sales dates there between May 2017 all the way through January 2021. Have those sales prices been adjusted to reflect that new date?
No, so we haven't. So we've just used the sale prices at that time of sale. We didn't want to tinker with a time adjustment. So when we take a look at those prices, and if you look on page, looking on page 12, we didn't see enough market evidence to support the fact that there was a change within the market. We certainly see the 2021 sale at $87 a square foot. The older sales, we see that we're a little bit higher. So again, we didn't feel there was a need to time adjust. There wasn't really enough supporting information to suggest that was the case. And then finally, when we take a look at the information within the vacancy rates that have come out of the area, we have provided the information from 2020 on page 56 of the submission. And when we take a look at the vacancy rates for industrial properties, and if the board will turn with me to page 78, please. Let's give a moment to get there.
Go ahead.
So when we take a look at the vacancy rate for industrial properties, this is the information that was used from the last assessment cycle. We can actually see that the vacancy rates are not significantly different. They're a little bit lower actually for when we looked at them in 2020 versus what we were looking at for the new assessment cycle. So again, we felt that based on the parameters that we're using, that they would be reflective of what those properties would be leasing at. And so that's why we use the parameters when determining the capitalization rates.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
And I've got no questions, so that will conclude that matter. We'll move on to number 9. Number 9 will be 1285 St. James. Give us a minute to get them up. Madam Assessor, when you are ready, in 1285 St. James.
File number 22-800, roll number 130961800. Location is 1285 St. James Street. Owner Randers Car Wash Limited. We are valuing the property as it stands of January 1st, 2023, based on economic condition of April 1st, 2021. This appeal is with respect to the amount of the assessed value only. Based on the evidence in this report, in this assessor opinion, that the market value of subject property as of April 1st, 2021 is $3,875,000. And I would like to bring a preliminary issue. The assessor requests that the burden of proof be placed on the applicant for not cooperation, Section 53B of the Municipal Assessment Act. If reduction assessment is ordered, that it follows Section 54, 3.2 of Municipal Assessment Act. So burden of proof should be put on as agent.
And that's on their sheet. What page?
Yeah. Page first recommendation.
Page,
First,
which page?
number one,
It's page 1, under recommendation.
on bottom of the page.
Page 1.
For non-compliance.
Correct.
And the non-compliance is here. Are you challenging the non-compliance?
I guess just one question, if that's okay, Mr. Chair. I'll let you know, or if that's all right.
Yeah, go ahead. Give me a question.
Yeah, you bet. So I'm just taking a look, and maybe for the assessor, I'm taking a look. It looks like the information was provided for 2020. It looks like the information was received July 23rd, 2021. And when I take a look at the information that's been provided, it looks like it's related to the 2021, to what was sent on 2021. Is that correct? Am I reading that correctly?
If you open page number 12, what we received empty pages, that's it.
Okay. But so you did receive this back then, correct?
Yes, but no information provided. If you look on page 13 and 14, nothing to, it's empty pages returned to us.
Okay.
Sent back an empty form.
Empty form, sorry.
Now, did you follow up? Did anyone follow up to find out why? Because it seems a little unusual that someone would be go to the time and effort to send back an empty form. Do you think there could have been an error or a mistake that was made?
No, we don't have to follow up. That's why Municipal Assessment Act allowed us ask for penalty, because it's information have to provide it to us to assess this property.
So when people don't submit, when people don't respond or do they usually take the time to send back the income and expense forms?
No, we are usually, if it's appeal, we ask for penalty.
But what I'm saying is they sent it
Yes,
back.
sometimes they'll send them back and they won't be complete or they won't have anything on them. So yes, it has happened.
Okay, I guess and is the property, you would agree with me that the property is owner occupied, correct?
Okay, you know what? Now we're getting into it. So
Okay.
if you're going
I
to challenge it, you're going to challenge it and you can ask your questions, okay?
Okay.
So you're going to challenge it because you think you have a case. So-
Yeah. Sorry, Mr. Chair, I apologize. Yes, that would
So
be.
you've already explained your position on it, correct, Madam Assessor? That it's because the information is not there?
Correct.
Okay, so go ahead and give us your reasons why the information is not there.
Okay. Again, I think when we take a look, we do see that the form was returned. It seems a little unusual that the time and effort would be taken into returning the form, as well as the property's owner occupied. So again, when it comes to these forms, I think everyone looks at it and assuming that these forms are very straightforward. However, that's not necessarily the case. When they did, and again, I think when we take a look at it, in most cases, if they're not going to submit, they wouldn't have provided the form. So I think we have a combination of it being an error, as well as we have a combination of the owner being owner occupied and them not knowing what to fill out.
Okay, can I add it? All this form, if you, it's what was sent to owner, they never return form. Because if you look on page number 15, we did send a second request with tracking number. They receive but submit nothing to us back.
But when I take a look at page 2, I see 2020, it was sent April 15th. And when I take a look at when the information was replied, it says reply July 23rd, 2021.
It's empty form what we send it. I just provide example what we send to the owner. But if you open page 15, you can see it was sent with tracking number LP657559544CA. We try to contact owner second time for information. That's why I ask for penalty.
But you would agree on page 2, it indicates response received. I'm taking a look at page 2. It says response received July 23rd, 2021. Correct?
Page 2.
Page 2, yes, Mr. Chair.
It's for 2020 information years. I looking for 2021.
But when we take a look at the
Because
form,
our reference years 2021, and when you look on our form we send, we asking for 2021 assessment provide to us by June 30th, 2021.
right, so the forms are,
So we can you can see that on June 3rd, 2022, we have to submit a property assessment notice. We use this information. It's crucial for us to provide our assessment estimation.
oh, and I understand that. But if
We rely on information provided by the owner. That's why penalty applied by Municipal Assessment Act. We cannot assess without information.
no, and
We
I
try
understand.
our best.
And I understand. But if we take a look at page 15, it looks like the delivery date was sent for the information you're providing. This was sent June 15, 2021, correct?
Because it's our second attempt to
Right.
collect this information. We're
And then when
doing two attempts.
And then when I look on page 2, it looks like the response was received July 23rd, 2021. So after that second.
They
after that
did
information-
receive a response, but the response was empty, blank.
Right. But again, if
It's
I'm
no
asking,
information there, nothing to
Took twice and they gave no information.
Yeah, it just waste of our time. We're already close to 5 o'clock p.m. Let's keep going.
okay. I'll let the chair make the decision, but I'm just
I see
saying
she's running the chair.
I guess so.
Okay, we're gonna have to take a recess and discuss this issue, so.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Okay, we'll call the meeting back to order. We're gonna rule that the city is correct in the non-compliance. So does this mean he goes first then?
Yes.
Okay.
Sure.
Yep. Means you gotta prove your case first, so you can put your information forward first.
thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Go ahead.
If we could turn to page 3, please, of my submission. So the property, and I'll just, everyone there?
Yep.
Excellent. So the property is a 16,517 square foot commercial property. It's a car wash. The property has been assessed using the income approach to value. The building was constructed in 2007 and sits on 2.4 acres of 2.4 land parcel acre. The property has been assessed at a value of $3,875,000. MEP is requesting a value of $3,591,000. If the board can turn with me to page 5, we have a requested assessment here. So here we can see the 16,517 square feet. The overall rent that MEP is requesting is a rate of $15.29. When we're looking at, we've used a 2% vacancy, a 3% expense ratio, $6 shortfall, 6.63% capitalization rate to arrive at that value of $3,591,000. The requested value per square foot is $217.42. If the board will turn with me to page 17. On page 17, we have the location of the property. So this is an overhead map. The property is located along St. James, as well as we have a picture, again, just showing where that property is located, showing that subject property overhead view. Page 8, we just have 2 exterior photos of that property. Again, showing that this is the chamois car wash there. Page 9, we have the valuation. So unfortunately, when it comes to rental rates, they're a little bit light on the ground for car washes. When we take a look, we had seen some older leasing from 2013, $10.07. So this is the Whale Car Wash. We've got a gross lease at Northgate Car Wash at $22.32, and another lease from the Petro-Canada Car Wash at $25.48. That lease for St. Mary's did expire. However, as mentioned, we are a little bit light on leasing. So when we take a look at the two leases coming out of the properties for 1361 McPhillips and 1225 St. Mary's, we made an adjustment to account for the fact that they're gross leases and would obviously not be triple net to account for what the impact of those expenses would be. To make that determination, we took the operating cost of $6, subtracted it from the rental rate to arrive at rental rates for those properties of $16.32 for 1361 McPhillips Street, as well as $19.48 for 1225 St. Mary's Road. When we take a look at the average for these, we get an average rent of $15.29. If the board will move with me to page 10. On page 10, we have a capitalization rate study. So again, one of the challenges is the fact that car washes typically are owner occupied, or there's a gas station associated with them, so they don't typically transact. It's a little bit challenging. However, we did identify 3 car washes that transacted. They're a little older. We have 288 Isabel, 820 Ellis, and 1075 Notre Dame. These properties transacted in 13 to 16. And when we take a look at these properties, we've calculated capitalization rates ranging from 6.13 to 9.37. Additionally, we've looked at dealerships. Again, part of the reason being this is a newer property. We feel that dealerships would be, superior would be at least an indicator of where we would be. When determining rental rates, much the same as what we had in the previously. Unfortunately, we don't have the income and expense information for these properties when they transacted. So for that reason, what we've done is we've looked to recreate what the net operating income would be at the time of sale. So using a rental rate that we feel is reasonable, $16 for the dealerships, $11.50 for the car wash. We've taken a look at the vacancy rate at 2%. A 3% non-recoverable expenses and shortfalls of $6. We calculate a net operating income. The net operating incomes ranging from $65,023 to $722,000. Taking a look at the net, using that calculated net operating income divided by the sale price, we have the calculated capitalization rates. So here what we've done is we've looked at the average and median for all the 6 properties. You can see the average is 6.63 and the median of 6.3. Just for the dealerships, we can see that they're selling with lower capitalization rates at 5.92% on average and 5.86% average. And then for the car washes, the average is 7.34 and the median of 6.5. So again, when we take a look at that, we felt that given the fact that some of the car washes are certainly a little older, then compared to the dealerships, we felt that a 6.63 capitalization rate would be reasonable. When we take a look at the sales again, if the board will move with me to page 11. So what we can see, again, understanding that we're a little challenged with the lack of information in the market. We can see that the car washes are selling for values on a per square foot basis, ranging from 115 to 176 a square foot. And the dealerships are selling for values ranging from $233 to $277 a square foot. We provided those parameters, same analysis below there for the board. When we take a look at M&P's requested value of $3,591,000, that equates to a value of $217 per square foot. So we're certainly a little higher than the car washes, but we also understand this property is a little bit newer. We're a little lower than the dealerships, but again, we think the dealerships would be considered superior as they certainly would have that retail component to them. So we're kind of right in that middle part there. Additionally, if the board will move with me to page 12, there was an appraisal done in 2017. The appraisal concluded the value, looked at the value of the property and determined a value of $3,630,000 for that property. That was done by Colliers. So again, when we take a look at our requested value, we're right around that 3.6 million that the appraisal came up with. Page 13 is our conclusion. So again, when we take a look at the income approach for the property, we're getting that value of $3,591,000. We take a look at the Collier's appraisal, we're looking at a value of $3,630,000. And that's really driving our requested value of $3,591,000 there for the board. Starting on page 16. So page 16, we have some of the sales that we've utilized. So the first is 670 Century. So you can see here a newer dealership. I believe that this dealership was constructed in 2005. As well as the back there. So you can see that we've got the bay doors in the back. So this is St. James Volkswagen. You have the bay doors at the back there. So again, when we and typically these dealerships have wash bays, as a lot of times they'll wash your car before they return it to you. The same thing on page 17, we have 171 Waverly. Again, you can see a fairly substantial dealership there. We can see the bay doors at the back. Again, not a perfect comparable, but kind of one of the situations we're looking at. And then page 18, we have 1377 Niagara East. So this is a Harley Davidson dealership. This property is built 2005, 15,000 square feet. So similar in terms of size to the subject property, sold in 2020 and is sold for a value of $233 a square foot. When you take a look back, you can see that there's that industrial component behind the retail space. So again, we would view this as a superior property to the subject. Then on page 19, we have 228 Isabel. So this is one of the properties that sold with a car wash. You can see that there is a gas station associated with it, so that would have an impact. Again, typically gas stations would push up the overall rental rate for this particular property. We have on page 20, we have 820 Ellis Ave. So 820 Ellis Ave, you can see that this is a laundromat, pizza, convenience store, as well as a car wash, a Bounty Bubbles bath car wash. And then finally on page 31, we have 1075 Notre Dame. This is actually a Chinese food restaurant with a car wash as well on the same page or on the same site. Page 22 to page 25 of the Johnson report, providing the sales for the dealerships that we used. And then finally, starting on page 27, continuing on until page 106 is the entirety of that appraisal report, the 2007 Collier's appraisal report for the board's consideration there. So again, as mentioned, this had the value of the property at $3,630,000. Finally, to conclude, starting on page 108, continuing on to the end of the submission, page 154, are just documentation from the city of Winnipeg. So this would be the valuation of income producing properties, 2023 general assessment, as well as the valuation of income producing properties, 2020 general value assessment. Again, if there's any questions, we can certainly go through this, but I will at this point kind of just point it out to the board. With that, that concludes my presentation. I welcome any questions from the board or from the assessor. Thank you.
Madam Assessor, any questions?
Yes, please. Open page 9 of agent brief.
Yes.
You presented free car wash comparables range from $10 to $25. How did you estimate $15.29?
So two of the leases, that's for Northgate Wash and for the Petro-Canada Wash. These are gross leases, as you can see indicated there. So a gross lease would be there would be no additional recoveries from the tenant for operating costs. So that to make it more comparable to a net lease, what we've done is we've taken those gross leases, subtracted operating costs of $6 per square foot to account for things like property taxes, as well as some of the other, some of the repair and maintenance, some of those other factors to arrive at the what would be our estimate of a net lease for those sites.
Please open page number 10 about your capitalization rate.
Yes.
So you applied market rent, vacancy, not recoverable, shortfall. So it's a lot of assumption for estimation capitalization rate, correct?
Right. So unfortunately, we don't have the income and expense for the information for these properties, or we were unable to collect it. So what we have to do is we have to just use the best information we can to try to determine what an appropriate capitalization rate would be for that property. So what we've done is we've determined what would be a reasonable rental rate for each one of these properties, applied a typical vacancy rate, non-recoverable, as well as shortfall to calculate what our capitalization rate would be. Additionally, on page 11, we've double checked this by looking at the price per square foot to make sure that our requested value lines up with the price per square foot of these other properties, as that is directly observable.
Thank you. Could you please open page number 28 of your brief?
Yes.
So Colliers International appraised for July 31, 2017 at 3,630,000, correct?
That's correct.
And we assess this property for April 1st, 2021 and 3,875. It's 200 over. It's reasonable, correct?
Well, I don't know if it's reasonable. It is,
4 years after.
again, we provided the information. It would be our opinion that the value of the property should be that 3,591,000. But we also provide that support with the information from Colliers showing that that appraisal coming in at 3.6 million.
So you're appraising for 2021 less than for 2017, correct?
Sorry?
So you're appraising that market value of 2021 much less than 2017, correct?
No, I think we're looking at, again, another indicator. When we take a look at a requested value and we take a look at an indicator, we're showing that those values are very similar. Again, suggesting that that property has been overassessed at the current assessment of 3,875,000.
Thank you. No further questions.
Ian, any questions?
I don't, thank you.
Linda?
No question.
And I've got no questions. On with your presentation, Madam Assessor.
So we are valuing the property as a stand of January 1st, 2023, based on the economic condition April 1st, 2021. This appeal is with respect to the amount of the assessed value only. Based on evidence in this report, it is assessor opinion that the market value of subject property as of April 1st, 2021 is 3,875,000, in that the 2023 assessed value should be confirmed. On page 7 of my brief, I presented 11 comparables. Properties that has kiosk, car wash, together. To example, my first comparable 1091 Henderson Highway has 7-Eleven, rent for $20. My comparables number 2, 1017 Henderson, Red River Co-op, rent for $51.22. My comparable number 3, 7061 Pembina, it's car wash, true blue car wash for $9. I have to adjust this because your information showed more recent lease for 7061. Sorry, it's wrong. It's not this lease. On my comparable number 4, 46 Edison Avenue, it's a 7-Eleven for $23.44. My comparables number 5, 830 McLeod, car wash, rent for $10.07. We have same comparables together, same like agent. My comparables number 6, 7-Eleven on 120 Keewatin Street for $13 per square foot. My comparable number 10, it has a kiosk and a car wash, rent for $26.82. My comparable number 8 of 680 Sterling Alliance has a kiosk and or store and car wash. Shell store car wash for $13.72. My comparables number 9, 1361 McPhillips car wash rent for $14.15. Your comparable showed $22.32. I have to update our records. And my comparable number 10, 705 Osborne. It's a gas station and kiosk. Rent for $32.93. In my comparable number 11, 1560 South Arlington Street, Husky Energies rent for $26.62. Our mean $25.12 and median $26.62. We did apply on my page 8, subject property market income. We did apply $19.13 for our for leasable area 16,517 square feet. We did apply vacancy loss 2%, 3% expenses, $6 per square foot of vacant space. In our overall capitalization rate 7.7%. We estimate $3,875,000. Market value of subject property in this 2023 assessed value should be confirmed. Thank you.
Any questions of the assessor?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. So if we can turn to page 7, please. And I'll just give a moment to get there.
You're there.
We're there.
Thank you. So can you confirm, when we take a look at this, you would agree that some of these car washes have gas stations on the site, correct? And some don't?
Correct. It's has not just a gas station, they have a store, how reported to us.
Okay. So would you agree that leases 3, 5, and 9 would be the 3 that would be the only 3 in this list that would only be a car wash, correct?
Correct. And my comparable number 9, we have to change rent per area, $22.32 by information provided from you, from agent.
Right, but that's a gross lease. So you would, if you're looking at a gross lease, to turn a gross lease into a net lease, you'd have to subtract operating costs, correct?
Correct.
Right. So that $22 would not necessarily be reflective of what the market would be. That would be a gross lease. So you would have to make an adjustment to account for that. Would that be a fair statement to make?
Correct.
Okay.
That's why our media $26 per square foot, we adjust only $19.30.
So when we take a look at all of the other leases, so is it safe to say that properties with a car or that with a gas station lease higher than what properties are without a gas station?
Correct.
Okay. And the subject property, does it have a gas station?
No.
Okay. And if we take a look at what the average leasing is for the 3 properties that don't have a gas station, what would that be?
It's VCW, it's a car wash. We have comparable number 3, comparable number 5, comparable number 7, 8, and 9.
Right, but 7 has a gas station, 8 has a gas station, 9 doesn't. So if you would agree, and you had previously agreed that leases 3, 5, and 9 are the only 3 properties that don't have that don't have gas stations, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Please open page number 6 of my brief. I did some estimation of subject property, but land value only. Subject property, if you see assessment, $3,875,000. It will be total assessed value per lot size, $37.80. Land sale comparables, 4 of them. On page number 6, 7021 Portridge Avenue, size of commercial land, sale for $33.96. Comparable number 2, 765 Kings Edward Street, sale in 2017 for $37.90 per square foot. Comparable number 4, free on Portridge Avenue, sale for $37.39. In my last comparable 3600 Portridge, I sell for $39.58. So our total assessment per lot size $37.80 reasonable. It should be confirmed.
So, sorry, can you go over that one more time?
I did two approaches to defend this value because in our experience, car wash, you can see my comparables, 11 comparables in straight car wash, not so many. Usually it's owner occupied. So I defend this property by income approach. It's model generated $19.30 and a capitalization rate 7.7% for 3.8 million. So I to be look how it's reasonable. I did land valuation as well because car wash usually have to full renovated on demolish in every 20 years. And my just quickly land sale comparable showed that our assessment, like piece of land, $37.80 reasonable in support for my four comparables presented here. Plus your Colliers valuation in 2017, 3.6 million support our assessment today for 2021, 3.8 million. It's reasonable and should be confirmed.
Is there any reason to believe that this building is going to be torn down anytime soon? That's not my understanding. Why would?
No, just for observation, car wash usually have to full renovate it every 20 years or demolish and build new.
Okay.
How it is business operate, because a lot of water in our harsh environment.
But if we take a look, you would agree that that's fair. That's fine. We take a look at those sales. They're a little older, 13 to 16 or 13 to 17. But you had valued the property using the income approach, correct?
Correct. And
Okay.
my land valuation also. You can see a subject property located in 221 St. James Industrial, 200, in all my four comparables, just quick estimation in 200 also support our assessed value today for 2021.
Okay. All right. I think that concludes. Thank you very much.
Any questions, Ian?
No, I don't think you.
Linda?
No.
And I've got no questions. So that concludes that matter. Madam Assessor, can you stick around for just a minute?
Okay.
We'll be right back. We're going to deal with an issue and then we can say goodbye to him, right?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm good, Mr. Chair.
Thank
Yeah, you're
Thank
done.
you.
We just need the assessor on another matter.
Okay, thank you very much, everyone. Have a lovely
Thank you.
evening. Take
Have
care.
a great evening.
We have to just go out into camera and we'll be right back.
Mhm.
Call the meeting back to order. Madam Assessor, can you read item 3 and 6 onto the record, please? Start with 3.
Okay.
That would be 390 Pembina to start with.
File number 22-313, roll number 12020639000. Location is 319 Pembina Highway and owner 319 Pembina Inc. We are valuing property as a stand of January 1st, 2023, based on economic condition April 1st, 2021. This appeal is with respect of the amount of the assessed value only. Based on evidence in this report, in this assessor opinion, that the market value of subject property as of April 1st, 2021, $1,115,000, and that the 2023 assessed value should be confirmed. Thank you.
Thank you. Item number 6. 465 Pembina Highway.
65. File number 22-674, roll number 120200, 62000, located at 465 Pembina Highway. Owner is Bencom Inc. We are valuing the property as it stands of January 1st, 2023, based on the economic condition April 1st, 2021. This appeal with respect to the amount of the assessed value only. Based on the evidence in this report, and this assessor opinion that the market value of subject property as of April 1st, 2021, 794,000, and that the 2023 assessed value should be confirmed. Plus, we have preliminary issue. The assessor requests that burden approve be placed on applicant for not cooperation, section 5(3)(b) of Municipal Assessment Act. If reduction in assessment is ordered, that it follows section 54(3)(2) of Municipal Assessment Act. Thank you.
Thank you. We have now heard all the items scheduled for this hearing, and this meeting is now adjourned.